Hello and welcome back to the Wild Hunt. My name is Beast, and today we'll be starting with Kinkoi, Golden Loveriche. There's precisely two things that I know about, three things that I know about this game. One, you apparently for some reason start going to some rich people academy. Two, Ria is apparently supposed to be adorable. And three, Ayaka is apparently a bitch. So those are the few things I know about the series right now. And I actually cannot play this in full screen. Because for some reason this causes edges of the screen to be cut off. Not just in the recording, because I've already adjusted the size of the screen to the window version, so it's gonna look weird either way there. But yeah, that's why this is. Also, the fucking configuration is real weird, so I don't know how to judge any of that yet. Either way, let's get into it. Prologue. It immediately tried to start me into the game. The one I opened the game, that was fucking weird. Immediately it went to that instead of just telling me, "Hey, this is the main menu. Have fucking fun." Oh, you can favorite voice. It's noise time. Ha 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 ha. Anyways, why is it still so loud? System sound down. That's better. That also makes the voice get that quiet though. I wish I could turn up the volume on the voice further. But I can't, as you can see. Maybe up that a bit. I'll just have to deal with it. The music is apparently very quiet. No need to worry about copyright in this one, so I can actually turn up the music volume a bit. Oh, also, as would only be fitting for a day where we enter the world of the rich and famous, I suppose, I've got some wine with me. God fucking damn it! I tried to do something for comedic effect that the fucking bottle doesn't want to open! Fucking typical! There we go! Of course that would happen! Fuck off! I say why, it's like Fragolino. Just budget wine. Yes, I do not have a wine glass. Shut the fuck up. Reason why I have this is that while I was shopping, I found it, and the first time I drank this is the first and last time I've drank it, was when I was 16 at New Year's, and ever since then I've been looking for it, since I fucking adored it back then. And now 5 years later, I finally find it again. So let's see if it's as good as I remember. So it's kind of boring now. I preferred the mead from yesterday. Taste can change over 5 years. Anyways. Oh, was that one so loud all of a sudden? Onward to Noble Academy, achievement unlocked. Okay. It's definitely gold. That golden color was where it all began. The aurous content of that box marked the start of a golden time. No, that was the anime we were watching. That's my gift to you. Let me just screenshot that in case we do not get a CG in this part, even though I doubt it, since I'm probably going to like fucking jack up on crack and just go for hours. That was how I was able to speak to that girl, and what sparked my first love. Gold was the only thing I desired. That golden color, a pure, completely uncontaminated brilliance. Crystal clear and pristine, that was so the person I strove to be, and nothing more.
じゃあどうして俺たちを裏切ったんだよ。
オーロ君、どうして。
Just once, all I ever wanted was to take one confident step forward and be proud of everything I'd done. It's not like I wanted to show off. That was never the plan. So, the fuck is happening? Hang on tight! I never thought something like this would happen to me. It was never. It was easy to get caught up in the heat of the moment sometimes, right? Anyone would have done the same if they thought they were doing the right thing, which was how I got myself mixed up in this mess. No way was I trying to show off. I was simply playing along with this strange turn of events. All I wanted was to be golden. And as a result, I found myself sprinting along through town with a girl dressed in a beautiful gown in my arms. I can censor it. It would even fit since there's already sun rays.
待て! 待ちなさい君!
止まれ!
That one's kinda sounding like Nosuri, not gonna lie. I'm probably wrong though. Nah! Stop following me! Didn't this kind of thing happen to everyone? Actually running around with a blonde-haired girl in my arms might actually be a rare occurrence. Still, I believed it could happen to anyone. Getting carried away in the heat of the moment, letting events transpire where you end up showing off. Emptying your mind and making the most of the golden opportunities presented to you in that moment. By the way, if you wanted to know how I ended up in this such... Oh, don't you fucking recorder scratch sound me! Fuck off! I heard someone shout while I was walking through town. Before I had the chance to search for that voice... Bam. We ran into each other. Oh, excuse me. Thought she was a cute girl at first glance. Not only was she cute, but her outfit left one hell of an impact. Judging by her outfit, I assumed she would just come from some sort of ceremony. On her head sat a gem-encrusted tiara, which appeared to be quite heavy. To top it all off, she had a gorgeous figure and facial features. More than anything else, I was captivated by her almost otherworldly golden blonde hair. Her long hair was almost as brilliant as the sun itself. But not a moment later...
Omachi kudasai!
Or the girl who bumped into me to be precise, was surrounded by the more than 10 men in black suits. She shot them a hostile glare upon their arrival, and they cautiously stepped towards me. Being spoken to in such a rude and pompous tone made me wary. The man had already drawn close, with his hand on his breast pocket. And just as he retrieved a certain black object... Come with me! I didn't think I was in the wrong to take that girl by the hand and run away. Well, after giving him some deeper thought, it may have been hasty to assume they were drawing guns from their breast pockets in a society as gun-averse as Japan. Hello? He may have actually pulled out the transceiver, but either way, I ran for it. Violent-looking men were chasing a girl who wouldn't want to assure her safety first. Such I didn't believe I had done anything wrong. Can you not run?
ごめんなさい。ヒールが高くて。
She lifted up the hem of her dress, and her heels definitely weren't cut out for running, not hunting. Ah! Didn't know she was a hun! Ah! Hang on tight! We'd be in big trouble if she got hurt running in those heels. That much was obvious. As such, I only did what came naturally. I believed I had simply gone with the flow of the heat of the moment.
Mate! 姫様を話しなさい! 待てくれガキ!
As so many of them! This was a surprising turn of events. In the blink of an eye, what started out as only a handful of men quickly multiplied into the hundreds. If this kept up, they would run out of stamina and they would eventually catch up. Was it actually a good idea for me to run away in the first place? She wasn't resisting in the slightest, so I assumed I hadn't made the wrong choice, but just to make sure, you do want to get away from those people, right?
そうね。今捕まるわけにはいかないわ。
That's how she felt, then I guess it was okay. Huh? It would be bad if this turned into an endurance contest. I turned off the main road and slipped through back alleys, partially to throw them off.
What the?
おい、踏むな。
Even though their huge convoy attempted to keep up. They're pushing through! Hang on tight! I sped up in an instant. Was I showing off by telling her to hang on tight? Well, whatever.
シルビー、デラックスメロンパン買えた？あれ？
She just wanted to buy the bread and suddenly it's a fucking chase scene. Sequence, I mean.
大丈夫かしら？
I forgot the panting. Oh well. A little out of breath, I guess.
お待ちください。
Ah shit, they're persistent! Isn't there anywhere to hide? Somewhere nearby? After weaving through the back alleys and off the shopping district, we eventually found ourselves near Hamamatsu Lake. This spelled trouble. The perfect visibility and lack of roads more or less made us sitting ducks.
隠れるところ、一つ心当たりがあるけど。
Where?
あちらよ。
Alright! With her guiding the way, we headed towards the lake. This was, came across a hill near Hamamatsu Lake. Given the abundant thicket, it looked like a great place to hide.
ここまで甘えてしまって恐縮だけど、私一人で走れるわ。
But your heels.
この靴じゃ、ね。
She slipped out of my arms, gave me a quick wink. Whoosh. I removed her heels and hucked them like they were nothing. She rolled up her gown, tied it roughly yet securely in place.
さあ、行きましょうか。
Sure. She took no issues with getting her beautiful silken socks dirty, much less rolling up her dress into a ball at her side. An outdated word popped into my mind. Tomboy. You mentioned that right after, like, here's the thing, there's like this one guy on YouTube, I do not remember his name, but he made a few videos, namely two, that I come back to often. One video called The Office Lady, and one video called Tomboy Minds. And I keep coming back to the fucking Tomboy Minds one, because I actually just really like the soundtrack. Why is the fucking, like, system voice linked to system sound? And then the system sound itself is far louder than the voice.
そうそう、忘れてた。自己紹介しなくちゃ。シルビアよ。シルビア・ル・クルスクラン。
Right. Goddamn foreigners. She introduced herself with a smile while sprinting with all her might. A single glance at her face instantly told me she was a foreigner. The manner in which she curtsied and bowed her head was elegant, and all my running.
シルビーと呼んでちょうだい。
Oh, it's Oro. Ichimatsu Oro.
ほら、素敵。私の国で黄金という意味だわ。
Ah, thanks. Sylvie seemed pretty chill for someone who was being chased by kidnappers. They're probably not kidnappers. Also, we found the second part. In Mask of Deception, we have Haku. Here, we have the other part. It's Oro. Together, they shall be the protagonist of the first Tutawarurumo no game. I was about to, like, do massive spoilers by saying another name. But just managed to stop myself. That would have been very bad! Seriously, I already read that. In any case, we kept making our way swiftly down the road. Incidentally, where does this path lead? Actually, why was there a road on the desolate hill? Okay, it's the school. The massive building had been built on this once empty hill a few years ago. There was a tall, lavish gate that extended behind it. Beyond that, there was a Western-styled palace that seemed incredibly out of place in Japan. At the very least, I couldn't tell what this building was supposed to be. I should have read what the sign next to the gateway said if I was going to start drawing conclusions. Noble Private Academy. So this is where Noble Academy is.
ご存知?
More or less, since I do live in the city. All I knew is that was a school for the super rich. It had only been around for a couple of years, but it had made headlines due to a decent percentage of Japan's politicians and bureaucrats sending their children here. I'd heard that it was in the city, but I never knew its exact location. It was unexpectedly close to my house. Come to think of it, I guess I had heard Sylvie's name recently. Around April or so, I think. Something about a princess from some country. I was going to enroll in Noble Private Academy starting this year.
シルビア王女がさらわれただと?
What a shocker! When I turned around, I discovered a woman with an unquestionable might burst from the window building with a ear-piercing shriek. She must not have had the time to open the locked gate, or simply leapt over it. Wait, that gate was at least 3 meters high! As she shouted into the cell phone in her hand.
即刻市内全域を緊急隔離。この国の警察は当てにならん。鬼神派ダイゼル部隊を動かせ。言い訳はいい。今そちらへ行く。待っていろ。
あら？エル、お出かけかしら？
はい、シルビー様。緊急事態です。今、シルビー様がさらわれたと。は？エキスナ、ボラルコーチェ。こちら現在学園の門の前。シルビア王女がいらっしゃるのだが、私をからかったのではないのだな。わかった。お前たちは後で始末書を出すように。姫様
何をピリピリしているの？おかしなエル。は
あ、誘拐されたと聞き、心臓が止まるかと思いました。
I didn't really get it either, but if my intuition was correct, I would likely be in poor standing with this person.
貴様が誘拐犯か!
Whoa! Hello? Swing! I was sent flying before I even had the chance to panic, thus slamming my head into the ground. My wrists were firmly bound, and I was arrested. However, my eyes were left spinning the moment I had been hurled, so what did it matter? That is what I thought as my consciousness faded. All I wanted was to be golden. there was a girl in distress, I would save her. That was the least I could do. As a result, I played into this foolish escape plan and got knocked out by a girl. Couldn't ask for a lamer ending than that. Showing off only cause problems. Yeah, delinquents do it anyway. Reference to another series.
シルビア様、シルビア・ル・クルス・クラウン、ソルティレージュ・シサー様は、誉れ高き、ソルティレージュ王国王家、シスア家のご息女であらせられる。
You're a princess?
日本風に言うとそうなるわね。
ソルティレージュ国の第9王女、すなわち我が祖国、ソルティレージュの至宝とも呼ぶべきお方なのだが、そのことは知っていたか？
First I've ever heard of it.
そうか。ではひとまず腕を取るのはやめよう。ボラルコーチェ、剣を離せ。
He's just fucking pinned down with a fucking sword in his face.
はい。
The old man, who had practically bound me from head to toe, weighed me down and backed away. Who had practically bound me from head to toe, weighed me down and backed away with the saber drawn.
もうエルったら、ボラルコーチェにエキスナも誤解だと言ってるでしょ？
Yeah, you tell her! It had taken every ounce of strength up until this point to not wet myself. While I was unconscious, they had tied me up and carried me into a room inside the academy. A large fraction of my earlier black-suited pursuers gathered around me in that small room with at least 100 more outside. It was probably safe to assume that there was no escape. They were likely irritated that I had shaken off such a huge force and glared at me harshly. My only ally...
彼は私が襲われていると勘違いして助けてくれた。それだけよ。
was this girl. It was a stroke of luck that this princess, who was under the care of these black-suited men, was on my side.
しかしシルビア王女はそう見せかけて本気でたばかる気だったかも。
あ、それはあるかも。
She wasn't very reliable, though. The leader of the black-suited men had a scary look in her eyes, and she was the only one not wearing a simple black suit, but some rather foreign-looking garb. Could be rubber. It was pliably soft and with custom-tailored seams. It was designed not to hinder her movements, yet still protected her body with its large metal plating. Wouldn't they make it armor then? Which meant that the long cylinder hanging from her waist was likely a scabbard. And she was carrying a sword. Scary?
なんです？ジロジロと見て。
Well, was that sword legit? I wanted to ask, but I was terrified of the answer.
エルは美人だから、殿方は見ちゃうわよね。
Yo, what if you literally just like, true, but not what I meant?
シルビー様。
I wasn't really that. But yeah, I guess she was gorgeous.
紹介するわ、オーラ。こちらこの駅士のエロイナ・ディ・カバレロイスタ。エルと呼んで。私のそうね、一番のお友達よ。
A pleasure. Heroina. Nah, let's not make fun of her name. She was carrying a blade and all. So then, Sylvia... Son.
Son?
Sama then! Saying Sama like that, like just Sama, and then kind of odd for me, since Sama is also like a Bavarian dialect for are we. So if you're getting ready to leave and want to ask the people who are leaving with you if they're ready, you would sometimes say Sama's done. So saying that felt kind of odd. It was probably more formal. That was probably more formal.
そんなかしこまらなくて結構よ。気軽にシルビーと呼んでほしいわ。
Then Sylvie. Sama.
もう。
Royalty! That word sounded like it came straight out of a fantasy, but it was actually a relatively commonplace system in the world around us. We had an imperial family in Japan ourselves, and while you could call it a democracy, the politicians were all like royals who concentrated their authority under a single lineage ever since the Meiji Restoration. Sortilege was also a name that I had heard often. They were a small but powerful nation located in northern Europe, and were set to yield immense clout through the trades within the EU. I had read about them on various news sites, and the royal Sortilege family were supposedly the biggest Japanophiles in Europe. There had been some talk of a princess studying abroad recently. Oh, that must have been Sylvia. Anyhow, that makes you a princess. Which means that these guys are your bodyguards, right?
みんな私の頼れる護衛従者よ。
我らはソルティレージ王室を代々お守りする騎士員の者だ。
Yo, what if you like just kind of looked like it's kind of fucking pathetic that I managed to run away from y'all then. like just like immediately making a situation worse. What's that button? Knights. And another word that came straight out of a fantasy. Hell's outfit did evoke a certain knightly impression, though. Upon closer inspection, I could see how sharply dressed the black-suited individuals were. They had an orderly air to them that screamed modern-day knight. When a single one of them looked like a kidnapper, I was a moron for jumping to conclusions.
騎士員のみんなはすごく優秀なのよ。交通網とともに外交の広がった20世紀以降ですら、王室に危険が及んだことなんて一度もないくらい。
歴々の誇りを汚さぬよう、我らも精進いたします。
だから私も安心なの。私は王室といっても第9王女。王位継承権にはだいぶ遠いのだけれど。でも、みんな私の護衛のために家族を国に置いて日本語までマスターしてついてきてくれたのよ。
我らはソルティレージュに忠誠を誓った者。
I don't know about you, but I really like the look of her. The one who I'm currently covering, fuck her.
シルビア様のお身のためならば、国境の壁などあってなきがごとく。
I feel like that's very not okay.
シルビア王女万歳！王女様万歳！
That was some impressive charisma. They all seemed to admire her, regardless of her social standing. Being a Japanese person, it didn't quite hit me that this was what royalty and guards were like. A sudden revelation only piqued my interest further. So, what happened earlier? Anyone would be concerned after their citywide banter.
そうでした。それも聞かないと。シルビー様、お昼休みに学園を抜け出してどこへ行かれていたのです？
You know that noise? I got a message. Sylvia turned away with an uneasy look on her face. She snuck out of the academy during lunch. The girls and knights who were straight out of a fantasy suddenly uttered lines you could find in an everyday school-based manga.
確かなことは申せませんが、シルビア様が常々近くのパン屋のメロンパンに興味をお持ちでしたこと。本日突然昼食はいらぬと申し出しましたこと。
昨日そのパン屋が美味しかったと話されていた語学友の妃様と一緒に抜け出していたことに鑑みますに。
Huh? Wait, space doesn't like advanced lines, it just hides the fucking window.
シルビー様。
それで抜け出したシルビア様を追跡し、見つけまして戻るようお伝えしたところ、予想外に抵抗されたのでございます。
市松さんが来たのがちょうどそこですね。
I was pretty embarrassed for showing off and making a break for it at that time.
だって、まだ変えてなかったんだもの。あと30秒待ってくれればよかったのに。
昼休みとはいえ、学園を抜け出すこと。加えて買い食い。どちらも学則に違反します。
ブー。
Can you just buy it on your way home?
あのお店のメロンパンはすごい人気なの。3時を過ぎたらほぼ売り切れちゃってるのよ。
買いに行くのが難しいというお気持ちはわかりますが、だったらエキスナにでも命じればよろしいのでは。
あ、その手があったわね。
If that were the case, then why was I still being held captive and tied up into a little ball? The tremendous amount of effort being wasted in that moment left me exhausted. Well, I understand what I've done now. In a nutshell, I had shown off and barged my way into a world I was never meant to interact with. Will I be charged for kidnapping?
そうなります。ボラルコーチェ、凝結剤の用意はできていますか？腕は落としても、命までは取らぬように。
They're still gonna punish him, even though it's been... Like, it turned out that this was very much a situation where the fucking misunderstanding would be natural. Hold on a second! I'd finally gotten a handle on the situation, but I could seriously do without the blades. The older man, especially, had his sword drawn the entire time. I understand I made a mistake, but you're in the wrong here too! I was only worried for his safety, don't you see that?
そうよみんな。オーロはいい人だと思うわ。
Would be a huge problem if we were to lose an arm over this. I pleaded my case desperately. Black-suited guards hadn't turned on me yet, thanks to Sylvia backing me up, but
ことはそう単純ではありません。
Excuse me?
我らもバカではない。誤解であろうことは分かっています。だが、あろうで判断するわけにはいかないから、現在機構の身の上を精査しているところです。
Investigating me?
現在まで入っている情報では、名前は市松王子？
Oro. The last character in my name can be read as Ro.
失敬。市松王子殿。
いい名前よね。
縁起が良いですな。
Ochi probably would have been an even better omen though, since that would translate to the Japanese word for prince.
おお、英語で言うプリンスを日本では王子というのだったわね。
Not that it really matters though. More importantly, I was worried about how deep their investigation was going to go, especially with how much effort they were putting into branding the characters in my name. The documents Al was perusing were densely worded. It had only been around half an hour. Just how in-depth had their investigation into my private life gone?
市松王子。宗教的、経済的に、特に危険思想らしき面は見られない。
Luckily, they genuinely seemed willing to listen to reason. They were doing their jobs as Sylvia's bodyguards by confirming I wasn't the sort of person who would conspire or abduct a member of their royal family. Looks like I was saved. I was an ordinary commoner, as utterly peaceful as could be. Such a young man, so you could find anywhere.
先日インターネット通販で父親のパスを使って18金のゲームを購入していますね。
You could have kept stuff like that like secret.
黒きバラの姫騎士ローザ、クッ殺せ、純真な姫。
種汁？
Well, they had some impressive intelligence gathering capabilities.
女性を凌辱することを主題に置いた。
貴様、シルビア様に近づいた理由は
So like that! Being a typical young man had clearly backfired on me.
王女に、乱りがわしいことをしようという思想はあるのだろう。
I mean, on an extraordinarily generic level, but not enough that I would actually consider it. Also, it was because she was a princess knight. The princess part was a bonus. Her primary attribute was being a female knight. Huh? Probably shouldn't have told a legit female like that! It's getting hot again. Excuse me, misunderstanding!
ねえ、エキスナ。凌辱って何？知らない日本語だわ。
不明です。日本語は難しいですね。調べちゃダメですよ。
ボラルコーチェ、嫌疑はいかほどです。この男は腕を取るべきか。
Please don't!
まあまあ、落ち着いてください、部隊長殿。若い男のこと。これぐらいが俗というものです。
Thanks, Boralcoche! Luckily, the older man
それ
intervened.
にこのゲーム、なかなか評判がよろしいようですぞ。シナリオ担当はチクタク10個。良いご趣味をされてますな。
This gentleman was pretty in the know, huh?
人気に押されてという面もございましょう。これだけで人格を判断するのはいささか乱暴かと。
まあいい。まだ嫌疑は不十分としておきます。
Else perhaps the wisdom that came with age. What was perhaps the wisdom that came with age had calmed me down.
父上の ID を使うのはいかがかと思いますがな。
I apologize for that. No, this too was typical for any young man.
他には、特になし。
The scope of her investigation didn't appear to have turned up anything else, especially suspicious. She set the documents face down.
だがこれは。
She was still suspicious of me. This time her eyes darted towards my confiscated belongings. Elle searched my pockets, revealing my wallet, smartphone, house key, and...
あらチョコボーロ
I bought those at the convenience store earlier. They were ordinary sweets.
いいわね、チョコボーロ私も大好きよでも変ね。パッケージが赤いわ。
いちご味？おかしい。チョコボーロはナッツとキャラメル味しかないはずです。違法な薬の梱包にお菓子を偽ったパックを使うのは運び屋の常套手段。
Strawberry green tea and other flavors are regularly available in Japan. They might have only imported limited varieties overseas, though.
そうなんだ。10年ぶりの日本だけど知らなかったわ。ねえオーロ、お一ついいかしら。
Go ahead.
おいしい。
姫様、いけません。ペしてペン。
This was turning into more of a comedy skit by the second, but I was still all wrapped up with a gigantic saber laid beside me.
久しぶりね、チョコボーロ。
昔からお好きでしたの。
ジーヤにはよく無理を言ってたくさん買ってこさせたわよね。私、この子大好きなの。キュロちゃん。かわいい。
She poked at the character on the packaging, well, which resembled a round baby chick. It was most important that she had taken a liking to it, circumstances aside. After eating a couple of pieces, she put it back with my belongings.
ねえ、エル。私、やっぱりどう考えても、オーロが悪い人だとは思えないわ。だって、あんなに楽しかったのは初めてだもの。殿方に連れられて街を逃避行だなんて。
はあ。
Whisked away, the way she put it kind of made me blush.
まあ、悪い人でないというのは根拠のない直感だけど、まず、彼とあんなことになったのは、私が彼にぶつかりに行ったからよ。みんな見ていたわよね。
はい。
それに、誘拐犯なら逃げ道くらい用意するでしょうに、私に言われた通り、この学園へやってきたのよ。それも、途中から私を離して一人で走らせて。はい、これが証拠よ。
She gently lifted up the hem of her skirt and revealed her beat-up holy socks from running on the concrete.
以上。こんな愉快な誘拐犯さんがいるかしら。
That's right! That's right! Not only had she saved me, but she was offering me a well-reasoned defense while keeping her cool. Despite her absent-minded behavior, her mind remained sharp. However...
シルビア様。ですからこれは、そう単純な問題ではありません。
What? The defense sounded flawless to me. Not only was Sylvia batting for me, but all the black-suited guards surrounding me were witnesses. But,
シルビア様のおっしゃることはもっともではある。思想背景の調査は途中だが、これはもう形骸的なものだと考えていい。姫騎士の件はともかく。
Apologize for that.
問題は事実として、貴公の手でシルビア様が我ら護衛を務める騎士院から強奪されたことにあります。例えば貴公が花屋から花を盗んだとしよう。わざと一輪ポケットに突っ込んで店を出た。
That is not the situation that happened, though. That is not the situation that happened, though. He was something was happened on... What this could be considered is that he found a wallet somewhere and thought, hey, I should probably hand that over to the police. But the owner of the wallet saw him pick it up and walk away, so they thought he was stealing it. That's more aligned with the situation here. Are you all retarded? Like, there's such a thing as being too paranoid.
ですが、ふと落ちた花が一輪ポケットに入ってしまい、貴公が気づかずに店を出る。これもまた、罪であることに変わりはないのです。
Now you mention that.
無論花屋のことであれば、気づいた時点で引き返し、現物を戻せば罪には問われまい。だが、王族に同じことをすれば、それは極刑に値します。
Well, even in Japan, I'm sure the cops would show up if someone kidnapped a little kid and turned themselves in later, claiming it was all a mix-up. Understood her
我ら
logic.
騎士院の伝統に従えば、王族をかどわかした者の刑罰で最も軽いものは利き腕の没収です。
Still, a punishment that would forever cripple a man for the rest of his life for a mistake is still far too much, isn't it?
いかがかな？
I wish she would spare me. I get where she was coming from, but I'd sooner not have my life or arm taken.
私も嫌よ、エル。腕を取るなんて血がすごく出るわ。
シルビー様ならそうおっしゃられるでしょう。ですが、エキスナ、公安はどうなった？
The authorities.
もういいと言っても、市松さんの情報をどんどん送ってくる。収まりそうにありません。あなた、2週間前にもエッチなゲームを買ってるわね。やりすぎじゃない？
That's totally normal. Hey, wait a second. When you say the authorities, do you mean the police?
ああ、貴公が逃げた時、この国の警察も同時に動いている。
貴公のしたことはれっきとした国際問題ですからな。
My sons.
留学時の取り決めで、王族に気球の事態があれば、日本警察は超法規的に我々に裁量権を委ねるため、現時点で貴公の身は我々に委ねられています。
He just rolled himself onto his back. My homeland has abandoned me.
だがシルビア様のおっしゃる通り、貴公を無罪放免とすれば、今度は日本の公安が貴公を捕まえることになる。
超法規的措置を放棄するわけですからな。当然、今度は日本の警察が裁きにかかるわけです。
What? Honest to God, this man is like way too calm. I would at least be somewhat pissed already. At the very least, them continuously talking about chopping my fucking arm off. Like, this is a mistake. Sure, fucking some kind of punishment, okay. Make me like work somewhere for a while. But don't do something where I'll be crippled for the rest of my life. Like, Jesus. Need to stop messing around with the fun. Why is that?
我らが超法規的な存在。つまり、日本警察の関与しない存在だからです。
Oops. This is a turn to a major incident before I even knew it. I don't think I read that one.
でなければ公安は対面上、貴公を取り囲んでいる我々を拉致暴行未遂としてしょっぴかねばなりませんからな。
Sure, if I were innocent, that wouldn't amount to mob violence. They would all be guilty of crimes of their own.
我々と日本警察は裁量を共通しないわけです。我々があなたを無実にしても、日本警察はあなたを無実にはしません。国賓への拉致誘拐事件の容疑者。それが我々の裁量を外れた時点での日本警察にとってのあなたの立場です。
But couldn't the police also find me innocent?
ならんでしょうな。あなたが国賓を捕まえて逃げたのは確かですから。
日本の刑法には詳しくない。他国の王室に誘拐の嫌疑がかかることをしたことで、貴公にどんな罪状が課せられるかは知らない。
I mean, his life's ruined either way because after that, like any kind of chances in society would just dry out just because he had the stain of, oh, he apparently kidnapped a member of the fucking royal family of a different country once, even if he turned out to be innocent.
しかし日本国の対面上、 国際関係を重視して誘拐犯のことは最低でもシルビア様がご卒業され国に帰るまでの間は外に出さぬでしょうな。
取り調べの形でシルビア様ご卒業まであと1年半。特例措置として延々交流延長し続けて。罪状をどうするかはその後ね。
Please give me a break! I assumed that meant I'd be thrown in jail. My life would be harsher than a reform school and I'd be all alone. Losing a year and a half of my life would be rough, and I definitely didn't want that to happen.
だから今困っています。腕と交流、どっちがいい？
Neither! That went beyond an ultimatum. There's no way I could choose.
公安から寄せられた彼の情報が揃いましたけど、やはり問題のある思想は見られませんね。
ということはやはりあれは善意からの逃避行。我らも責めたくはないのですが。
Could you just let me go then?
外に出たら公安に捕まりますよ。
Please let me stay here. What a dilemma. I guess getting the approval of everyone here wasn't enough. With that, Sylvia put her fingers against her cheek and said,
エキスナ、公安の方々には何て伝えたの？
あ？正体不明の男に王女様がかどわかされたと。
そう。
An unidentified man, you say?
じゃあ、こういうのはどうかしら。
Sylvia popped her hands together.
オーロ、あなた、このノーブル学園の生徒にならない？
Huh?
あなたは今日転入する手はずだったの。それで私はあなたを案内してあげたのよ。正体不明の男でなく、お友達なの。ジーヤたちはそれを勘違いした。で、ちょっと恥ずかしい立場になってしまうけど。
我らの恥は問題ではございません。シルビア様のお気持ち一つにございます。
じゃあ、あとは、オーロの気持ち一つね。
I mean, he has no fucking choice. If he doesn't, his life is ruined.
どうかしら、オーロ。
What is... Like, I was not expecting it to go that way. Like, by God. What the fuck is happening? Moving in. Wasn't this good for the super rich? Yeah, but a sudden suggestion, but it was economically questionable. More than that, I wasn't in a position to really consider going to school anymore.
ダメなの？
Well, I...
腕か交流か、転入です。
I'll move in. When you put it that way, I had no choice but to give that immediate answer.
やったー！これでオーロはクラスメートね。
Everyone around us looked a bit puzzled, but,
ジーヤ、手続きはよろしく。
Sylvia had already made up her mind. With that, and the army of black-suited guards surrounding
了
us...
解しました。そのように処置いたします。
ええ、お願い。
はい。
すべてはシルビア様の望む通りに。
They dispersed, looking like they approved. It appeared that this princess's orders were absolute. Things were still a little chaotic, but it gave me a peace of mind that the old man with the saber had left. Additionally, judging by her visible elation, Sylvia seemed much more relaxed and stress-free.
参ったな。
Later!
シルビー様、午後の授業始まっています。お早く。
はいはい。
Elle urged Sylvia along before rushing off. Got to think of it, it was just before 2 p.m. Less than 2 hours had passed since I ran off with the princess during her lunch break. It happened a very eventful hour. It was almost nostalgic, as I hadn't been using my time wisely lately.
市松様、日本警察への伝達が済みました。外に出ても結構です。
Thank goodness. A large weight had been lifted from my shoulders. Even though I was still surrounded by men in black suits, the old man was no longer carrying a sword. Looks like I managed to escape this crisis unscathed. In exchange for moving into the school, that is. I'm gonna ask this again just to be sure, but am I seriously going to attend the school?
手続きは私どもで済ませます。入試の類も免除していただきましょう。
シルビア様がそう望まれ、あなたも肯定した以上、保護にするのは避けていただきたいですな。
Ugh. It was a little unsettling considering how sudden all of it was, but
まあよろしいではありませんか。年齢もちょうどのようですし。
市松様は前の学園はもう退学なさっていますでしょ？
Oh, dropouts! It's immediately some familiarity between me and him. Yeah, they looked into everything, huh? That was why I was strolling around town in the middle of a weekday afternoon. Sylvia seemed to have snuck out of school, but I wasn't attending classes in the first place.
それが労せず、日本有数のエリート校に入れたと思えば、むしろ得だとは思いませんか？
将来進学や就職を考えても良い工程ですぞ。日本国は出身校が特に就職に極めて重要だそうで。
Got a point. I should start thinking about my future. I was attending the city's leading school for idiots before dropping out. Transferring to Noble Academy was a huge step up. Wasn't like I had any lingering attachment to my last school anyways. Well, thank you for taking care of me all the same.
はい。明日までに転入手続きは済ませておきます。
With that, the old man's expression, which had been largely unreadable until now, broke into a broad
これで
smile.
先ほどの行為は明確に、シルビア様によるお友達のための道案内ということになりました。追いかけ回し、まして取り調べにかけた非礼、どうぞお許しください。
Both of them bowed deeply. Wait, you don't need to do that. I knew they were just being courteous and going along with the story they'd cooked up, but it was still unsettling. However, neither of them raised their heads.
謝罪をお受けください。勘違いして、シルビア様の友人を追いかけるなど、我らソルティレージ騎士員の沽券に関わる恥です。
私めの若い自分であれば、こんな失態があれば当該の責任者である副長、この私めの腕を取って冗談です。
Yeah, with how often they talked about taking his arm, I was not taking that as a joke. How strong is this? Oh, it's as strong as the fucking mead from yesterday. Certainly doesn't taste that way. Like, you tasted the alcohol in yesterday's mead far more than in this. Like, it's literally the same amount of, like the same amount of liquid and the same amount of alcohol content. Yet, this goes down far easier. I feel like it would really be economically better for me to just get the mead, since one bottle is enough for 2 days. He lifted his head with a laugh. That scared me. They'd mentioned something like that earlier too, if it were a joke. And I wish they'd knock it off. Were their sensitivities different from those of Japanese people?
感覚が日本人とは違うとお思いですかな?
Not at all. He saw straight through me. What a mysterious old man.
確かに感覚は違うやもしれませんな。日本人でしたら腹を切るところでしょう。
That's from a different era. That was an exaggeration, even if you went an era back. Oops, I thought.
しかし違う感覚は文化だけ。我々も心根は日本人と、少なくともこの学園の建てられた意義と同じであることを、くれぐれもご留意ください。
Sir?
あらゆる諸者諸行には、すべからく責任が伴います。人が生まれ、生きる上で無駄なことなど何一つない。それがこのノーブル学園の根底。だからこそ、シルビア様はご留学をお決めになった。無駄な時間などない。あらゆる時間に腕を取られ、腹を切るくらいの価値を見出してくださいませ。姫様のご友人であれば、なおさら。
Right. I replied with a serious look on his face. I was left bewildered, unsure of what he was saying. Well, nothing is meaningless. Those words really struck a chord with me. Then...
ねえ、やっぱ遅れちゃった。
おや、妃様。もう授業は始まっておりますよ。
あー、ジーヤさん。ジース。もう、シルビー見つかったなら早く教えてよ。探したよ。
失礼を。しかし私どもはあなた様まで外にいることは知らない手はずでしたゆえ。
ちぇその人誰？新しい騎士さん？
編入生にございます。明日より妃様にとっても同級のご学友になられます。
Soup.
へえ。
The girl eyed me closely. Ah, yes, of course. The eye girled me closely. Ah, reading! What's she still new too? After dealing with a princess and lady knight, I was under the impression only rich girls attended this school, given its elite nature, but, I really need to bring the fucking fan down here. Why is it so hot? Ah! Oh my fucking god, I think oh my god, I think I forgot to make a backup for the videos from yesterday. Shit! Let me just She kinda looked like an ordinary trendy girl.
あれ？自分さっき街にいなかった？
は？
ほら、1時間くらい前、駅前のナックでシェイク買ってたっしょ。私の前に並んでたよ。
Yeah, I was at the Nick D's before running at Sylvia, but I don't recall anyone lining up behind me though.
覚えてるよ。平日の昼間なのに学校行ってないのかなって思って。なんだよ、転入かよ。じゃあ今日は手続き的なのだったのね。
Yeah, I guess. That was how it turned out! Just a short time ago! The 2 men in black suits were forcing a smile.
私レイナ。木崎レイナね。よろ。
This also seems to be someone's favorite in Boss Course server. This is going really slowly. My god. Anyways. Yeah, likewise. I'm Oro. Ichimatsu Oro.
オーロね。覚えた。
Elena smiled widely. Unlike the transcendently beautiful Sylvia or Elle, she had a cute ordinary face filled with Japanese charm.
授業 B は。じゃあ、ジヤさんにオーロ。鳥間、挨拶までってことで。
She gave us a quick wink and turned away.
ああ、妃様。
はい？あ。
When he called out to her, Elena quickly realized what she was holding. It'd be pretty bad if she'd walked into class with candy.
Hey, オーロ。パス。
She handed it over.
あげる。裾上げ？
お裾分け。
それそれ。じゃ。
And away she went. All she left in her wake was a round candy with teeth marks in it. Is it really okay for a princess to attend a school like this?
シルビア様の望んだことです。
In the end, I returned home.
この学園は全寮制ですゆえ、引っ越す準備をお願いします。必要な荷物をまとめてください。5時にお伺いします。
I'm moving in too.
規則ですので。
Most drastic lifestyle change was kind of overwhelming. Ah, there we go. 9, episode 3, part 5. There we go. It's nice and even in the row there. I can delete this too. And I could unplug the hard drive, but I don't have the fan to plug in, so who the fuck cares?
そこの
But
君、話を聞かせてほしいんだが、
Yes?
警察のものです。
Misidentification?
お話はこちらでします。
ああ、どうも。
市松様は荷物をまとめてくださいね。
Yes, ma'am. Looks like I had nowhere to run. Afterward, when I got home, the cops had apparently talked to my parents, and they gave me one hell of a talking to. I hadn't done anything wrong, and made it a priority to calm them down, and explained that the things they were most concerned about, namely the tuition fee for attending the super rich school, was fully covered. Was that really okay? As a result, a dropout like me managed to enroll in one of the most elite schools in Japan. That piqued my parents' interest. With that, I ended up packing my belongings just like I was told. What was gonna happen to me going forward? Clack, 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 clack. I booted up my computer and opened the video file. The file containing the diva Maria Bishop. Ah, so soothing. I put the song on repeat. Starting tomorrow. Well, things would work out somehow. No matter where I moved to, I'd be fine as long as I could hear this beautiful voice. Ah, so he's a simp. Good to know.
金色ラブリッチ
What was that transition? I fucking adore it. Noble Private Academy. The basis of its educational policy was a pressure-free education. Pressure-free education. A so-called education fee for cramming that the generation slightly older than us fully enjoyed. A so-called education free of cramming that the generation slightly older than us fully enjoyed. Nowadays, middle-aged men and women are critical of young people having downtime. It wasn't intended to promote an easygoing education, but more so allowed students the ability to study something in their free time they had been given. It was similar to how teachers would give more independent study projects for homework over study break. I should have just called it expertise training instead. Oh, sure, I wasn't sure what the end result was, though. While averages supposedly dropped nationwide, more students won gold medals at academic world competitions. Well, in any case, upon its inception, Noble Academy was specifically tailored to this concept of pressure-free education. It had only been a few years since it was built. It certainly wasn't around when I was a kid, right? Either way, it being a pressure-free environment was one of the school's unique selling points. The term itself was coined by all the political initiatives at the time, which promised to reduce the time investment involved in academics. These same politicians, however, did not explicitly state how that newly freed time would be allotted to an individual's field of expertise. Noble Academies were the ones who came out and say as much. Hence, expertise training, which was why ordinary classes only accounted for half the school day, while the other half allowed students to take classes in their field of choice. If that were all, it would only amount to a school with a slightly heavy emphasis on club activities, but at Noble Academy, these elective courses did not have a lighter workload by any means. There was nothing pressure-free about them. And yet the school had seemingly made a use of its political and business connections to procure teachers who were experts in their fields for those classes. Elitism was an outdated term, but it had been given new life here in Japan, where everyone held hands in harmonious fashion. An elite rearing system. That was Noble Academy. It was said to be a school where one studied nobility. All I can think of right now is Noble Works. Just that this time he's actually legally attending the school. God, this thing is sweet. All plans for pressure-free education ended in failure, but Noble Academy's expert planning policy was well received by parents who wanted their children to have an extraordinary upbringing. Elite rearing system had a certain direct fancy ring to it. Politicians and affluent members of society had once gathered here. As a result, the school received a flood of admission applications from across Japan and exceeded 100 times the Academy's capacity. This would only provide them even more publicity the coming year. At this point in time, not even 1 in 1,000 people were accepted into this academy. Everything okay for someone like me to go to the school?
シルビア王女のご意向ですので。
Royalty was incredible. Well, no, I could do anything about it. Better just set my sights on graduation and dream of a bright and shining future. As long as I graduated, yesterday's incident would be water under the bridge. I would be recognized as a noble academy graduate. It was vulgar of me to say, but I found the prospect to be very appealing.
はい。頑張ってください。
あーら。
おはようございます。
Ah, hello. It's Princess and Lady Knight from yesterday.
嬉しいわ。今日からクラスメートね。
Looks like it.
私も同様です。よろしくお願いします。
Something tells me you don't. Like, there's something in your face that tells me that you do not look forward to working with him. Yeah, that was a little scary. And, what the fuck are you? What is that? Got a glimpse of it earlier, but someone was walking around on 2 legs by Sylvie's feet. Was that a machine? Couldn't see it as anything but a toy.
紹介するわ、オーラ。私のお友達で、キュロちゃんよ。
Is that Kira from the chocolate bolos? It definitely looked familiar.
かわいいでしょ？チョコボールのラブリッチマークでもらえるおもちゃの缶詰についてきたのよ。
I'm familiar with it. Every Japanese person dreamed of having at least one, but 90% failed. I was collecting them too. But the toys aren't supposed to be able to talk.
この子はね、うちでカスタマイズしたの。
I mean, I'm not as confused. I can, like, chalk that up to knowing about Cookie. But still. Anyways.
ソルティレージが誇る科学力の粋を集め、人工知能を搭載したのです。
Does sortilege seem less like a fantasy world and more sci-fi?
我が国の科学技術は世界的に有名ですよ。米国やイギリス、ロシアの軍隊も3割が我が国の軍需企業、ベルリオーズの特許物を使っています。
Astounding.
ちなみにキュロ殿も、今や可愛いだけでなく、立派な軍事兵器です。
Sorry about that. It was at that moment when huge buzzing wasp flew by and was aimed right at Sylvie. Watch out! It disintegrated! Laser shot out from the toy's eyes and instantly reduced the wasp to ashes.
彼一人で武装したネイビー100人とも渡り合える最新鋭の兵器技術が詰まっています。
I feel like a student shouldn't be equipped with something like that.
もう、キュロちゃんは可愛いだけでいいのに。
普段はそれで結構です。しかし今後は常におそばに置いておいてください。二度と誘拐事件などが起こらぬように。
はーい。
A pet and a bodyguard, huh? Pretty sure this wasn't around yesterday.
ちょうどメンテナンスの日でしたので。
Wow, that's just fucking peachy. Would I have been in danger if that thing had been around?
即死とは言いませんが、ただでは済まなかったでしょうね。
Scary.
それで、時間まだあるかしら。
30分ほど。
じゃあ学園をできるだけ案内するわ。来て、オーラ。
Oh, sure. Just like before, I was getting dragged along by a princess. Sylvie's toy, Kyoto, tagged along with us, and was propelled by small jets on his feet. It can fly?
あれくらいは普通です。
あっちが食堂、あっちがぶどう場。
The on-site facilities were identical to what you'd find at an ordinary academy. With it being brand new, the campus was practically spotless, but there was nothing especially unique about it. More importantly, what was it? It was like, something about this place felt familiar to me. Deja vu? It's difficult to describe, but maybe it was the feel of the wind, or everyone smelled. What? It was like they all jogged my memory.
でね、ここはグラウンドがすごく広くて、私マラソンで一周するだけでヘトヘトに。
シルビー様、あと10分です。
いけない。
We're apparently short on time.
じゃあほら、最後にとびきりの場所に案内するわ。
Huh? Whoa! She tugged on my hand. I followed her, and then...
すごいでしょ？
ノーブル学園の誇る音楽堂です。防音と反響は本格的な水準で計算されており、小型のホールとしても使えます。
収容人数が100もないのが残念だけどね。ちょっとしたコンサートができるのよ。あら？
This place was...
何か？
yeah. Interior, that antique piano. I knew this place, I know it. I had been here before. Many times. Was this place a church before?
知ってるの？
地元の方ならおかしくはないですが、奇遇ですね。この場所はノーブル学園ができる前からあったそうです。それで学園を作るとき、せっかくなのでと再利用されることに。
私も昔来たことがあるの。大好きだったわ。ここが再利用されてると聞いたのも、留学を決めた理由の一つよ。
Oh no! Surprise childhood friend, is that gonna be it? Everybody shall be a princess and a peasant. I bought this as like a fucking Utavarumonos prop for the fucking fan, but now I'm like legitimately using it because it's way too fucking hot down here. It's the basement! Why is it so fucking hot? I fucking god! Gee! Everything they said went in one ear and out the other. Memories were flooding back to me with each passing second. That familiar feeling I got earlier hadn't been wrong. I visited this place many years ago. I'd happened to come to the empty shore while Noble Academy now stood, likely for camp or something similar. That was when I saw a dilapidated church, which was when?
ねえ、イチ、離れ離れになっても友達よね。
シルビア様、あと3分です。
おっと、もう限界か。
I should leave the fucking fan alone. I can't stop playing around with it.
我々は参ります。市松殿は職員室へ。
Please don't give me a hot teacher and then make her not have a route. I already have the problem with the hot night lady that doesn't have a route. Part of me wanted to stay in this concert hall a while longer, but...
市松様、こちらです。
Yes, ma'am. First, I need to finish transferring in. She handled all the paperwork for
教
me.
室はあちらです。
Yes, ma'am. She pointed to the classroom Sylvia and Elle had gone into yesterday. Alright, I guess it was finally time. I'll be going now, Exna.
いってらっしゃいませ。
I had more or less made friends with the black-suited guard from yesterday and walked into the classroom. Class 2A. I would be studying here going forward.
市松様、頑張ってください。
今日から皆さんと学習を共にする市松くんです。市松王子くん？
Oro! Actually, the last kanji in my name is pronounced as Oro. I'm Ichimatsu Oro. Ichimatsu Oro. My new homeroom introduced me as I stood at the podium. I bowed my head firmly to everyone in class. I'd gotten a good look at the uniforms yesterday, but noticed the collars were much stiffer than average. Either way, it looked like a fairly docile bunch. There were some familiar faces in the crowd, too. Sylvia was waving her hand to me with a sweet smile. Ellen was acting like an ordinary student, and was part of her job as Sylvie's guard.
何か挨拶を。
Yes, ma'am. We'll be joining your class as of today. Hope we get along. Opting for the extraordinary and extremely safe greeting seemed like the best way to go. I feel weird saying it out loud, but I was fairly confident in my communication skills. Enough to give her the aura of an easy to hang out with guy. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Plop. I bowed my head.
ほらね、庶民でしょ
Huh?
わかりやすいくらい庶民よね。市松なんて聞いたこともないし。
また庶民が増えるのかよ、このクラス。いい加減にしてくれよ。
Like, he just stands up from... Let's see. That's how it's gonna be. Fuck all y'alls. I'm gonna sit down.
うちのクラス、庶民の受け皿だなんて思われてないか不安ですわ。
まあまあみんな、庶民にも寛容に。うちのママがよく言っているよ。
Huh? What? Why is there all this tension? Oh, the class looked disinterested. The other hand was cackling. They were laughing at me, right? Was I being laughed at?
はい。皆さん、市松くんに何か聞きたいことなど。
Teacher pushed the conversation along without a care.
はいはいはい。市松くんのお父さんのご職業は？
もうやめなよ男子。そういう恥ずかしいこと聞くの。私一度でいいので、相手と方というお仕事の方にお会いしたいですわ。違いますかしら？
What kind of reaction was that? Well, I was left standing there, utterly perplexed.
皆さん、お静かに。
Ah. Beautiful black-haired girl stood from her seat. Laughter and brawling the class immediately ceased and simmered down from cackles to amused smirks. My elbow is itchy. Help.
興味は尽きないところでしょうが、曲がりなりにも新しい仲間です。まずは歓迎しませんと。我々のはじめまして市松さん。私、このクラスの級長をしております。城ヶ崎彩香と申します。
So you're the bitch! Yo, imagine, like, imagine if order, like, just comes up to him, like, pleased to meet you, Tomatsu. I'm the class president, Jigasaki Ayaka. And he just looks her dead in the eye. Oh, so you're the bitch! Like, imagine if that actually happened. Oh, it's a pleasure. Seemed like the stereotypical upper-class girl. At a cursory glance, I could see that there were 10 other girls just like her in the class, but she has the biggest presence of them all.
城ヶ崎さんはテレビ局の星テレビ会長一族のご令嬢だぞ。
あれ？庶民の家でもテレビはあるよね。
Oh, is that laughter again? Setting that aside, I have heard of Hoshi TV, yes.
あらそう。お気になさらないで。父は父。私は私です。
Bother me? Yes, so exactly. Nice to meet you, Jukasaki.
よろしくお願いします。
Bowed her head deeply. How polite. She really did have that high-class lady feel to her.
この教室は少々格差が激しいですけど、庶民だからって差別するようなことはないはずよ。ちょっと戸惑うこともあるでしょうけど、お気になさらず。
Like it or not, her smile looked exactly the same as every other student in the classroom. She took a step back. She gave me a spritz of perfume in a showy fashion. Okay, she is a massive bitch. Okay, I get it. Didn't think I particularly smelled bad or anything. No matter how slow in the uptake I might be, Even I could sense the awful vibe circulating around the
他
room.
に質問はありませんね。では市松くん、席についてください。
Will do. I didn't want to start a fight on my first day at a new school. Better not let it get me down. I head to my designated seat. Hey. The girl I saw yesterday has another seat along the way.
うっす。気をつけて。
Huh? She whispered something to me. Watch out. For what? Look at the seat. No sooner did I wonder that the situation head into an unexpected direction. Pow. Ah! Crash.
じゃあ。
I fell over. Now I was tripped.
おっと、足が当たってしまった。
Just like, instead of like getting tripped, imagine if you just fucking kicked the foot. If I could even stand, I hear a roar of laughter from the class
気
behind
を
me.
つけてくれよ。僕のズボンはパリの仕立て屋に頼んだものなんだから。汚したりしたら。
This whole protector.
大丈夫？
は？
Went into an unexpected direction. The fact that the princess of a foreign country knows him is going to make it seem like he's a big deal, and everyone is immediately going to be like, "Oh fuck, we've pissed off the technologically advanced." Yeah, I'm fine.
どうしたの？何もないところでつまずくなんて。
Sylvia helped me up.
ああ、緊張しているのね、オーロ。急な転入だし、当然だわ。クルス・クラウン様がファーストネームを？
呼び捨て？
The classroom stirred. Sylvia seemed completely
昨
unfazed.
日、あの後反省したの。あなたのためとは思ったけれど、結果、私の一存で決めたみたくなってしまって。
Hold on, you actually bailed me out.
そうそう言ってくれると嬉しい。ようこそ、オーロ。今日から一緒の学校になれて、とても嬉しいわ。
It smiled sweetly at me. That smile lulled me into a grin of my own. And with that, everyone's faces suddenly went stiff.
クルス・クラウンさん？彼は知り合いなんですか？
ええ。オーロは私の大切なお友達よ。はぁ？
クルス・クラウン王女の
お友達？
I can just immediately fuck.
先生、オーロは緊張しているみたいだわ。私、オーロの近くの席に行っていいかしら？はい。ですって。ねえ、あなた、席変わってもらってよろしい？
はい。はい。
ありがとう。
The guy who tripped me dragged his desk and chair away while looking dreadfully disappointed. I guess the princess was special, even our classroom full of well-off young women and men and women. Sylvia's desk was brought over in its place.
ありがとう、エル。ほら、オーロ座って。後ろ前の席になったわね。
Ah. I took my seat behind Sylvia as she delightedly sat down. Everyone in class was still shaken to their cores. They were having trouble sizing up who I, a commoner, was. This turn of event felt fantastic!
楽しくなりそう。昨日から反省すると同時にずっとワクワクしてたのよ。オーロが一緒だなんてどんなに楽しいことになるか。あら？オーロ、ネクタイがなんだか変よ。
She's immediately gonna go for the neck. I don't mean like choke him, I mean fixing his necktie, which is immediately going to stir up more controversy. Like I don't like how good I've gotten at just doing this. At the moment I try to do it again, I can't do it. Fuck! And suddenly everything goes downhill. Fuck. Naturally. Haha. Maybe I tied it wrong. I looked it up online, but I've never worn a tie
コッ
before.
プの形が変だわ。任せて。
Tug. She unraveled it once.
こうして、こうして。あわわわわ、クルス・クラウンさんがネクタイを。
嘘だろ、嘘だろ。僕だってママにしかしてもらったことないのに。
I've never worn a tie in my life. Especially since I do not like having my shirts buttoned up all the way. I think I talked about this before. I prefer to have, like, at least one button open. So, ties already don't factor in at all for me. Yes. He just like says it like, yes, who is truly the elite here?
こうね。
Thanks, Sylvia. Too tight, too tight, too tight!
あら変ね。綺麗にならない。こうだったかしら。
I'm dying! I'm dying!
王女様と新婚3日目みたいなことしてる。
牛だらですわ。ごめんなさい。やったことがないからわからないわ。エル、お願い。
Things will only go further downhill from here.
はい。市松殿、こちらへ。
Sure.
こうして、こうして、こうですよ。
You're tearing my neck off!
我が校の全女子がマストで憧れるカバレロさんにまで。
やってることはどっちも殺しにかかってるけど。嘘だろ
Like, they are basically killing him, but by fuck, I want to be him right now.
はいはい。転校生がしめ鯖になる前に回してね。
And another one! The girl from earlier walked over to us.
ネクタイってのは、こうしてこうして、こうよ。
Oh. This time my necktie was tied up nice and tight. Thanks!
いえいえ。すごいわ。綺麗になった。
すいません。力及ばず。
やっぱりレイナはファッションの天才ね。で、やめろよ。にしても、シルビーのダチってマジモンだったんだ、オーロ。
Well,
びっくりかよ。シルビー一応王女なのに。一応でなく王女だし、一応でなくオーロは友達よ。そうなん、オーロ。
yeah, we're friends. You had to be, or else I'd lose my arm. Why is it so hot? Help! I'm about to take off my fucking shirt. And no one wants that.
びっくりビクタン。じゃあ、私も友達だね。
Sure. Actually, are you and Sylvia friends?
お友達よ。ねえ、レイナ。ねえ。
They both smiled. I mismatched. I quickly glanced over at Elle's face. No real reaction from Sylvia as a nightly chaperone. I guess she wasn't a bad person. For all enthusiasm
シ
aside.
ルビーとオーロ。王女とオーロだね。ああ、すごいわ、レイナ。日本語のわびさびだわ。
It did seem to be on the same wavelength. Well, it's nice to meet you, Reina.
すく
She laughed in response. Like the cackles from my other classmates, her laugh had no mouth to speak of.
まあまあ、ほら、クルスクラウンさんって、レイナにもナチュラルな方だし、おおらかなのね。さすがクルスクラウン様ですよ。
Is anyone also gonna be a fucking commoner? Everyone around us was still in shock, but they seemed to have come to terms with the spectacle they had just witnessed. Reina returned to her seat, and Sylvia and I took our own seats.
オーロがレイナとも仲良くなってくれて嬉しい。
Yeah. For me, it was a huge lifesaver to have at least a few approachable
と
classmates.
ころでオーロ、シルビアさんって何？レイナのことはもうレイナだったのに、どうして私だけさん付けなの？
I recall what she said to me yesterday. Well, you know...
ごまかされないわよ。私のことは？
Suddenly just says her entire name. Sylvia. Sylvie.
やらしい。
She smiled sweetly. Elle had a scary look in her eyes, but I'd prefer not to be separated. But I prefer not to be separated and move to a different seat in this situation. Sylvie, huh? Now that I tried saying it, it felt kinda nice.
では、授業を始めます。
teacher never interrupted Sylvie's conversation and began the lesson shortly thereafter. Come to think
あ
of
ら
it,
教科書はある？
they set up your shoot in about 3 days.
そう。じゃあ、私のを。
いえ、シルビアさん。前と後ろでは見せ合いにくいでしょう。ここは、隣の席の僕の出番かと。
菊千代くん。そうね。お願いするわ。
That does mildly remind me of the friend character, like the bro character, quote unquote, in Hello Goodbye. Is he gonna start going on and on about the unseen titty as well?
あら、こちら、録音寺菊千代くん。
I swear to God, I've heard the name Rokonji before.
録音時菊千代です。よろしく。
いい人よ。
善人です。
What a weird guy. Sure. Nice to meet you. Didn't especially care about the textbook, but I may as well if he was willing to share. Sylvie faced forward and I pushed my desk up against my neighbors. Rokonji?
菊千代で結構ですよ。クラスメイトなのですから。その代わり僕も、オーロくんと呼ばせていただきます。
Sure. Kikuchiyo then. This guy was...
お気になさらず。現代の貴族たる僕と庶民のオーロくんでも、同い年なのです。変わらぬ態度で接していただければ嬉しいです。
Another rich boy, huh? So I got the sense that he wasn't part of that circle of people laughing and making fun of me earlier. Huh. I think I heard the name Rokonji before.
おや、ご存知ですか？光栄ですね。日本最大の企業、三菱コーポレーションを滑る録音事件。政界財界では知らぬもののないとはいえ、庶民の間にまで名前が知れているのは驚きです。
Mitsubishi? Mutsubishi. Sorry, I mean Mutsubishi, not Mitsubishi. The one who does heavy industries and planes?
はい。
And pencils?
あ、そこは違います。
Oh, awesome. You must be super rich. As a Japanese person, I found domestic wealth to be much more impressive than some foreign princess.
そうですね。我が一族の偉大さを思えば、金持ちなどというチープな表現はいささか無粋。そして、現代の貴族である僕のような人種は、オーロ君のような庶民にも幸福を分け与えるのが義務。ノブレス・オブリージュの精神を忘れてはならない。
Oops.
困ったことがあれば、何でもおっしゃってください。
Sure. Some of the things he said ticked me off. At the very least, he wasn't sneering at me like the others. Fine then, take a look at his textbook and put my full effort into this class. I have to make it until lunch break. How's beef?
これで半日終了ですね。いかがでしたか、オーロ君。初めてのノーブル学園の授業は。
Kinda accidentally caught him off there. How should I put it? Everything, more or less, went over my head.
我が校は偏差値70を少し超えるところですから、慣れないうちは戸惑うやもしれませんね。
And that's why I couldn't keep up. To be perfectly blunt, my old school had terrible test scores. I couldn't retain anything the teacher
そうです
said.
か。それが、僕の教科書をたった3時間で落書きだらけにした理由で。
Sorry, I was bored.
困りますよ、オーロ君。いくら庶民とはいえ、そちらも礼儀ですね。
Talking about something but doodle. Weren't you watching me and giggling anyway?
それは。
Come on, Kukichiyo. Look at this doodle of Ishikawa Takuboku's face.
いかん。僕としたことが、偉人の顔を笑うなどと、貴族の風上にも。
That's over like, come on. Fall to the idiocy. Hello, I'm the new Ishikawa Takuboku.
すっかり菊千代くんと仲良くなったわね。
いえ。消しゴム。ああ！キュリー夫人が裸に！
あー、キュリー夫人って横向いてるから、胴体書き足す系の落書きは腕の見せ所だよね。
Drawing Ishikawa Takuboku's smooth face is a piece of cake, but this takes real talent. Pretty good, huh?
うまい。
うまいとか、それより、 なぜ裸なんです？
Because her clothes are a pain.
おっぱいが。
Off he went! What a way
予
guy.
想はしていたけど、オールは友達を作るのが得意ね。私が間に入るより先に仲良しさんが増えちゃうなんて。
It helps that he doesn't complain about anything I do. Besides,
また仲良さそうに。
市松め。
我が子を切ってのノーブル、録音寺くんにまで慣れ慣れしくしていたわよ。
I think Kichiyo, my classmate's mood, less than stellar. Was less than stellar. With half a day elapsed, two distinct set of eyes were directed at me whenever I had a break, and I spoke with Sylvie. The first set of eyes, which belonged to Reina and Kikuchiyo, were favorable. They weren't entirely sold on me yet, but I couldn't be all bad if Sylvie liked me. The second set of eyes was harsh. My classmates saw me as nothing more than an annoying commoner trying to butter up Princess Sylvia. What a pain in the butt. Well, this was only my first day. Maybe I could turn things
そ
around.
れよりシルビー、今日はどうする？わかってる？今日こそメロンパン日和だわ。なんだよ、また行きたいのかよ。参りましょう。
なりません。昨日あれほど申し上げたではありませんか。学則はこの学校に通う限り絶対のもの。破ることは王室の品格にも関わってくると。
それは、でも、メロンパンが。ああ、エルチンおこだね。おここだね。しゃあないシルビー。今日は諦めなよ。しゃあないシルビー。今日は諦めなよ。ああ、エルチンおこだね。おここだね。
She's Meguru. She's Meguru, isn't she? I'm not going insane, am I? She's voiced by Haruka Soda. There we go. Yep, Haruka Soda. Kisaki Reina. There we go. I am not crazy. I am not insane. I am perfectly alright.
私一人で行ってくるから。今日はビッグナックかな。
こら。
痛い髪引っ張んなつに。
妃殿にまで王室の品格を求めるつもりはない。だが学則の違反は進められません。
ビッグナックの気分なのに。
なりません。ほら、参りますよ。食堂の席は確保してあります。
仕方ないわね。あら、お昼ご飯はどうするかしら。
I brought my own, so I can eat wherever.
さあ、気が向いたら食堂に来て、一緒に食べましょう。
Sure. Off they went. Now then, not everyone I considered a friend had left. Hi, bitch. Oh, for some reason there seemed to be more girls nearby. They appeared to be gathering around Chowisaki, who sat near me, and were exerting some strong waves in my direction.
なんだか今日は食欲がそがれるわね。薄汚い匂いがどこからか漂ってくる。
そうよね。
ですわね。
マストで気になるわ。
あら、市松さん。いらしたんですか？お昼ご飯はどこで？私たち、今からここで食べるんです。
Just eat here, even if it's alone. Just eat her, here, just to spite her.
にしても見てください、窓の外。どこで食べても美味しいでしょうね。
Yep. Harsh reality of my new school life had fully sunk in within a half day of transferring in. Everything was all well and good as long as I scribbled the day away, but the real danger was apparently during breaks. Where the heck was I supposed to go? Ah, after walking around school for about over half an hour, I finally found a nice looking spot. And no one was around. Sound on the door did say the roof was off limits, but oh, that's relaxing. It's great to be alone, and I was sick of everyone eyeballing me, so I better take a quick rest. What a hassle. It was nowhere for me to go. To be honest, I relied on Sylvia the second I was driven out of the classroom and headed to the dining hall. Even so, I didn't fit in there either. Sylvia and the others had taken the best seats in the back of the dining hall. It was surrounded by plenty of fancy-looking men and women. Company like me, like he wouldn't be welcomed. Obviously wasn't shameless enough to waltz all the way to the back of the room in that social climate. Being new in the school left me in a bind with nowhere to go. Thank goodness the roof was open. So then, still had half a day to go. An old private academy. It certainly did seem to defy all expectations. Actually, I had done research online to brace myself for this yesterday. This academy had connections to various fields which enabled it to conduct its expert planning. Not only could one receive an exceptional education by attending the school, they could also establish business relationships in their field of choice. Rich's most distinguished and influential people were lured here, making Noble Private Academy into one of the most elite schools in the country. It was the sort of academy that all the nation's elites were eager to attend. That only made someone with any such rank like myself be all the more inferior. All men are created equal in the eyes of heaven. But even if heaven did not make anyone superior or inferior, society would. It was just the way the world worked. In a certain sense, I could experience realistic human society firsthand while I was still a student. It may actually have been a well-designed educational facility. It was pretty insufferable being put on the inferior side, though. Luckily, the weather was as fantastic as Jogasaki had said. My meal was nasty. It was tasty too, not nasty. That would have been weird. Like, I want to know. Like, apparently, like, some people legitimately seem to like her, but her first instinct to seeing a person of a quote-unquote lower social standing was openly mock him. Anyone who actually likes her, like, how? If that is this is not even like a problem she has with someone personally. She literally just saw he isn't a rich dude or has any kind of influence. He's beneath me and I can mock him all I want. Why? Like, this is the first impression she gives. And if that's her first reaction to meeting someone new who she has never interacted with as far as we know. Like, if they're managed to, like, make up for it, sure. But if it's only in her route, then I won't count it. Because then it won't fucking matter. Because who the fuck would ever go for her route if she's such a bitch? Yeesh. That sucked. I practically scarfed down my lunch, but I hang out on the roof until the last second. Going back to class now would be like being thrown to the wolves, ignoring the fact that I've been branded a commoner and unmistakably hurt to be told I stunk. I would just kill some time. And then, suddenly realized it stunk. What the hell? This rooftop reeked. Did it smell because of a gigantic water tank? That couldn't be. This wasn't the smell of humidity or rust or anything, or something more familiar. But it's something more familiar, almost suffocating. Cigarettes? I looked around me. There was no one else around, or anyone who was smoking for that matter. Maybe it was coming from below. Smoking. I clearly had to be a teacher. Smoking was prohibited at almost all schools nowadays, though. Considering what a haven for the high-minded Noble Academy, the high-minded Noble Academy was, I assume they'd be apt to burn you at the stake for smoking in particular. Oh well, I guess it doesn't matter. Talking is hard. I went back to the classroom in the nick of time. Luckily, all the girls had left the scene. There was even someone here I could talk to.
なんとか全部消せました。
You erased the drawings?
当然です。まったく、人の教科書だと思っているのか。
I wish you'd left New Ishikawa Takuboku though. First piece I've been proud of in years.
やめてください。偉人を冒涜するような真似は、旧石川啄木であるべきです。
It's not like Forma became his new identity or anything. You haven't erased Madame Curie though.
これは制作者である君の気持ちも考えて、残しておいてもいいと思いました。決しておっぱいとかが理由ではないですよ。本当ですよ。
If you say so.
ただいまー。お腹いっぱいばい。
シルビー様、歯を磨く時間を作るようにとあれほど。
All three of them came
ただ
back.
いま。あら、ねえオーラ、午後からはどうする？
What do you
こ
mean?
の学園、午後からの授業はエキスパートプランって言って、全部自由選択だよ。
Half the day was expert planning. That was mentioned in my transfer student guidelines, wasn't it? We're free to choose. Does that mean skipping's an option?
強制はされていないが、感心しませんね。
So I had no choice. It wasn't anything in particular at the moment. I wasn't really into anything in particular at the moment. So the choices are there specifically. For example, what do all of you do?
私はピアノの時間に当てているの。でも、一人じゃつまらないから、音楽総合でみんなに混ざってやっているわ。起伏業種科目総合選択。なんだっけ？ファッションのやつ。
私は体育総合に。
あ、エル、今日は部活動の子たちが、この時間も来てほしいと言っていたわよ。
ですが。
ダメ。エルはフェンシング部の期待のエースなんだから。
自分は部に属したわけではありません。なまらないよう厄介になっているだけで。
I would probably go fencing or something because I'm actually kind of interested in combat kind of stuff. Though that would, I would go there once, but then probably never again because I'm not one for physical exertion.
いいから、王女様の命令よ。
わかりました。あちらに参加します。
Music, fashion, and fencing. I should do one of the same. I just said it, so swordplay sounds manly and adventurous. I'm still gonna save here though, because... Why is the voice so silent? It's pissing me off. Swordplay sounds manly and adventurous. Fencing. It's got a nice ring to it. My old school had a kendo club, but I'd never tried fencing before. I had no idea what the rules were, but it sounded amusing.
いいでしょう。私も貴公の実力には興味がある。
A true ability.
参りましょう。
She led the way. My true ability? Worry. Extreme worry. No way, let's left some in there. Oh come on! It's literally just barely under over 3 glasses, or under 4, I guess. Oh, this place is.
剣道と柔道の練習が主な場所ですが、フェンシング需要の高まりにより場所を貸していただけることになりました。顔が青いですよ。
This was where I nearly had my arm chopped off yesterday. It almost gave me shivers just remembering it.
なるほど。私にも責任のあることやもしれません。
Partially?
その恐怖を覚えたら、今後シルビア王女に不敬を働こうとは思わぬように。
I've never considered it for a second.
今後の話です。だいたい貴公はシルビア王女がお優しいからとですね。
Here came the sermon. Give me a break. By the way, Elle.
何です？
You've addressed Sylvia as either Sylvia Sama or Princess Sylvia. Were they used for different purposes? I was curious.
恥ずかしい話です。本来王女のことは常にシルビア王女とお呼びかけすべき。
Does Sylvia not want that?
簡単に言えば。
You referred to Sylvia as princess during formal occasions, and otherwise called her Sylvie's Sama when speaking candidly. I thought it was a simple distinction.
昔に比べれば、シルビー様でも敬っていますがね。
は？
なんでもない。用意しましょうか。
She changed clothes. They were pretty form-fitting, huh? Kind of sexy too.
貴公の分の着替えもあります。どうぞ。
Sure. All white set of clothes. The all white set of clothes were similar to the ones she wore. The dress was especially bulky with several electrical lines extending through it. But this buzz when it's touched.
そういうことです。
Didn't know much about the rules of fencing, but I was at least aware that the reels of wire or body cords would light up on contact to signify your defeat. Sometimes it won't register my clicking. Fencing had become quite popular in Japan recently, and many Japanese people were actively participating in international tournaments. Well, not that I had any real interest, but
カバレロ様がおいでだわ。やったー。
A flock of girls rushed into the room the moment they spotted Elle. They were cheering and squealing over her, not to mention...
カバレロ様だわ。カバレロ様がいらっしゃってる。今日フェンシング撮ればよかった。カメラよカメラ。写真部を呼んでくださいませ。
Girls were even crammed outside the window. Scary. Figured as much already, but you're awfully popular with the girls, aren't you?
なんですこの男子。今日ここはカバレロ様の専用練習場です。あ、この男2の絵に転入してきたという庶民ではなくて、庶民の分際でカバレロ様と同じ空気を吸おうなどとなんて厚かましい。
And so on and so forth.
城ヶ崎さんの言っていた通り、獣地味で醜悪で絵に描いたような庶民ですわ。
近づくと妊娠させられますわよ。お気をつけて。
No. Go back. I recognize that voice.
近づくと妊娠させられますわよ。お気をつけて。近づくと妊娠させられますわよ。お気をつけて。近づくと妊娠させられますわよ。お気をつけて。
I recognize that voice. But I can't place it right now, which pisses me off. By God! Wish they listed the voices there as well. I probably won't list like fucking, yes, this is this student right there. But I want him to, because I recognize this voice, and it pisses me off, and I can't remember it! Ah! My fucking God! Ugh, she was spreading weird rumors about me to other classes too. All the girls, both inside and out, began to criticize me, but
市松殿、気にせずこちらへ。皆も突然のことで驚かれたでしょうが、彼は私の呼んだ客人です。今日は一緒に練習に参加していただきたい。迷惑。
Whoops.
カバレロ様がおっしゃるなら。
Managed to avoid being driven out thanks to her authoritative tone.
では改めて練習を始めましょう。
You could tell why Elle was popular just by watching her. Fucking fangirls.
やっかっこいい。
Indeed. So cool it made me shiver. Made sense why they were making such a fuss over earlier out the window.
続いて右回転からのフレッシュな動き。マルシェ。はい。ファンデブ。
The girls lined up in an orderly fashion and practiced their form, lunges and otherwise. Their serious expressions were in total contrast to their earlier behavior. Ella's serious aura didn't allow anyone she was instructing to fawn over her. Sylvie's aura sparked adoration from those around her, but Ella's intense military-like charisma was something else. As for me, after changing my clothes, I just mimicked what I saw around me and was clueless to all the terminology they were throwing at me. While swinging a sword around was entertaining enough on its own. And here came
基
Elle.
礎練習はここまで。全員今の動きを5セット。はい。初めてでは疲れるでしょう。市松殿は結構です。
Sure. Load my
い
sword.
かがですか、フェンシングは。
I wouldn't call what I've been doing fencing, but it's fun. Kinda cool too. I was like a little kid right now. Using a sword really was exciting in and of itself.
そうですか。喜んでいただけてよかった。では、そろそろ勝負といきましょう。
Wait, what? She instructed me to stand on top of a long, thin material on the ground, which looked similar to the ones I'd seen on TV. Let's go ahead and do that. This was where they practice fencing, right? I wouldn't show this sort of thing on TV after.
フルーレのルール。つまり、胴体に剣先を当てたら勝ちです。
I'm just a beginner.
分かっています。あなたの実力を見るだけ。
But your skill level is,
カバリロ様は先日お越しいただいたフェンシング世界大会銀メダルの小田大輝選手と勝負なさって2勝3敗の腕前ですわ。
There's no way I could win then! She sparred with someone who was on the international level.
小田選手は冗談半分でした。本気なら全敗したでしょう。意味のない比較です。
Winning over even a single match against an athlete of that caliber, even if they were only half serious, would be an honor. Sure, even losing one match would put him on edge to some extent. I've actually won twice despite that, proved her incredible skill
無
level.
論ハンデはつけます。まず、私からは絶対に攻めません。反撃オンリー。ルールはフルーレですが、特別にあなたは斬撃が当たっても勝ちとします。そして、勝敗の攻撃権は常に機構に置きましょう。私の反撃が当たったとして、同時にあなたの攻撃が私に当たっていれば機構の勝ち。何より、あなたの電極はスイッチを入れません。あなたに負けはない。これでいかがです？
I didn't lose to the buzzer, which meant in this match, I would only know if I had lost through my sense of touch. Well, if you insist, it didn't mean who came out the victor. This was nothing more than a test run. It would be super lame for me to run away now, so I accepted her terms.
感謝します。では、始め！
She cried out immediately and pressed forward. Oh, talk about some crazy impact. Nearly fell over backwards. If she had attacked just now, I probably would have lost on the spot. Oh, you. Lunge. Clang. Whip. Ah!
Yeah.
Clang. Whip. Ah, darn it! I dodged her sword repeatedly, but my attacks never so much as grazed her. Each slash of her sword, which was as slender as a needle, but had a surprising amount of weight to it, thrust aside the tip of my blade before my very eyes. Ellen continued to whip the end of her sword against my chest, and I quickly grew irritated. We crossed swords twice and then lost twice. Unbelievable.
老婆心ながら、技術で戦えば、あなたが勝つにはあと10年は必要ですよ。戦い方を考えなさい。フェンシングは技術の1、残る9は頭脳のゲームです。
Right. She did have a point. All sparring sports could be called games of opportunity. But that was especially true of fencing. If I used my brain and acted well on an opening, I could pull off at least a single tie. A tie would be my win. Look straight at Ella. target was her torso, a single spot on her white vest. I could divvy that vest into 4 quadrants and lunge for a single one of them. Quadrants? No. Let's split it up like so. There were roughly 9 areas I could strike. I didn't know the proper methods, but this was simpler for me to make sense of. Focus on a single grid. Aim at one spot in that grid. Not only could I win this way, but it would be easier for me to focus. Infer L's underlying state of mind. A direct attack wouldn't work. If I struck my opponent's median, she would repel me with pierced skull even if I exploited an opening. Exterior or interior angle, top or bottom. Infer L's underlying state of mind. Which meant... I accidentally spit there. As she stood at the ready, had forward right. I went the opposite way and aimed for her lower left half. She had drawn backwards. Clang. Naturally, her speed was on another level, and it was a difficult area to target. Obviously, she repelled me. A real target came next.
何か狙っているね。加えて今の一撃。私が続けて反撃しているから、次も来ると踏んで、そう、相打ちに。だがこの勝負は、それであやつの勝ちになると約束した。ルールを利用しての勝ち拾いとは、姑息な。私も期待しすぎたな。誰が乗るか。
Elle backed away. Now!
何?
I lunged forward in sync with her movements, and adjusted my aim at her left shoulder. The electrodes in Elle's jacket had reacted. Alright, I hit!
嘘! カバレロ様が負けた!
Shrieks erupted from the girls watching.
落ち着いて皆さん。電極はカバレロ様にしか入っていないのだから、最後はこうなるのは必然です。相打ち狙いで突っ込めばどうあがいても当たります。正規のルールならば、攻撃権の関係でカバレロ様の勝利ですわ。そうですわね。びっくりした。
But they seemed to calm down in no time. Well, this was for the best, after all. So long as the two of us knew how this match truly turned out.
私は打てなかった。対応できなかった。この勝負、正規のルールでも私の負けです。
Whew. My plan was to wait out her counterattack and follow up with a series of lunges. I would have been done for if she had actually attacked me, and I'd quietly take my defeat. However, the same trick wouldn't work twice. I figured she'd eventually stop and watch how I acted at some point, which was what I was ultimately after. There was no losing this for me. Enough attempts and my victory would come sooner or later, but... Either way, I was happy I'd landed my first strike. Being able to meet the requirements for a win, even under the official rules. Guess this makes 1 win or 2 losses, huh? These are not odds, I'd say.
違うでしょ。貴公に負けはないと最初言ったはずです。1勝0敗です。胸を張りなさい。
Oh. Gotta think of it. This was the first time she ever smiled at me. So cute. Then again, it wasn't an entirely surprising revelation, given how beautiful I knew her to be. Her heart skipped a beat all the while. I have to ask, why the sudden match? Because you fucking outran an entire squad of bodyguard knights! Are you that retarded? These people are trained bodyguards hired to protect the princess of a very influential nation. Yet you fucking ran circles around them. Of course she'd want to gauge you. Asked on our way back. It was fun, but I didn't understand why you wanted to face off in a fencing match like that. Elle smiled wryly.
昨日気候を精査したとき、前の学校での気候についても知りました。
And responded with an unexpected answer. Ah, she found out, huh?
名捕手であると聞き、勝負強さを試したかったのです。
I see.
野球という競技、あまり詳しくはないのですが、捕手というのは、
Catcher.
はい、試合の進行を組み立てる選手の中の監督だと聞きました。 共に頭脳労働ならフェンシングは最適かと思い誘いました。なかなかに期待通りの。
You know,
はい。
can we stop talking about that? I really don't want to think about it.
うん。
The air suddenly grew gloomy. Judging by her expression, Ellen must have figured it out and immediately bit her tongue.
失敬。話にすべきではなかったですね。
Nah, it's good that you know. Well, I didn't want anyone to find out, but there's no way around it since you being in the know is your job. Still prefer not to talk about it,
わ
though.
かりました。
With that, we dropped the subject. That was for the best. That was all done and over with.
他にも気候のことはいろいろと知ってしまいましたが、決して口外はしないと約束します。
No, I didn't mean that you had to keep it a secret. But yeah, that's something I'd rather keep private.
ええ。気候のあんなことやこんなこと、責任を持って秘匿し。
あ、
いえ、なんでもないです。
What? He suddenly turned red. Did you learn something else about me?
気にしないで。これも決して口外はしません。その、女騎士や巫女や忍者を凌辱するゲームをいくつも買っていることは決して。
My God. Put the fucking fan away. He was still going on about that.
お気になさらず、私は勉強したのです。確かに昨日貴公の言っていた通り、姫騎士というのは姫より騎士を指す言葉だと。だから貴公のその凌辱したいという欲求が女騎士には向くようですが。
Like I said, games and reality are different! Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think princesses or knights would have any relevance in my life up until yesterday.
言い訳は結構。貴公が今後、忍者や巫女に会わぬよう祈るだけです。
Ninjas would be pretty tough, I bet.
一つ調べてもわからなかったのですが、タイマシとはどんな方を指す言葉なので？
How much porn does this man have? People who slay monsters, they have a pretty close relationship with tentacles.
とにかくです。その、私もバカではありません。性欲そのものを否定するつもりはありません。私もオークとかいう架空の生き物に凌辱される気はさらさらないが、貴公のその願望を否定はしない。今後とも、シルビー様とは仲良くして差し上げてください。人の感度を3000倍にしようという願望はさすがにどうかと思いますが。
How much porn does these mans have? Listen to what I'm telling you! Ah, damn it, this is hopeless. I thought we'd be able to get along, but we seem to be at odds with one another. I headed back to the classroom. Are we allowed to go home now?
はい。転校初日。これで完了です。お疲れ様でした。
Whoops. So tired. I was exhausted from the bottom of my heart. It had been forever since I'd gone to school. I was part of it anyway. The old academy was, how should you put it? Intense. Our studies, people's gazes, anti-educational policies. I was worn out from how dense everything was. You could also call it enriching, but still.
すっかり録音寺君に取り入ったな、あいつ。
生意気よね、庶民のくせに。
This particular aspect had undoubtedly worn me down.
大変でしたね、市松さん。
Yeah, in part because of you. I guess.
ノーベル学園は超一流を輩出するための学園というか英才教育機関。慣れないうちは大変な思いをすると思います。別のところに移るなら全力で応援しますよ。いつでも私を頼ってください。
Thanks for the offer. Ish. He is far less confrontational than I would be. Like, I've never been one to mince words. Like, Like, I, for some reason, was, like, a bully target to the point where people younger than me would bully me. But in the way where they're, like, would try to make fun of me from, like, a distance, at the moment I took, like, one step towards them, they fucking ran off as if they were the fucking Flash. It was like one time where a kid like actually like went up to me and wanted to fight while we were waiting on the bus. And I was like sitting down, leaning next to a wall with my bag next to me. And the thing is, I usually like was walking around pretty hunchback. So when I like just like when he was trying to like start a fight with me, I just like stood up perfectly straight, and he just looked up. And you just saw, I could just see the fear in his eyes for a second. It was like, go on then. So it like hit me like, if I remember correctly, overall he hit me like 3 times. Like he hit me like in the chest once, on the shoulder once, and in the stomach once, and none of the punches actually hurt. Like this man was like strangely weak. I don't know if like the intimidation factor caused him to unintentionally hit with less strength. I just like, okay, my turn. He just like immediately was like, no. And then I saw the bus coming, so I was like, bus there, you got fucking lucky. So I turned around to grab my fucking bag. So he decided to kick me and then fucking runs off like the Flash. Like that little kid was probably about to piss his pants. But it was like, it was especially pathetic because I was fucking starving on that day. And he punched me in the stomach, yet it didn't hurt. Like, how little strength did this motherfucker have? Anyways. Hey. Because the scornful eyes suddenly grow envious the moment Sylvie showed up. These glares felt fantastic. Definitely a relaxing effect.
ねえ、ほら。私、この後メロンパンを買いに行くの。一緒に行かない？
Cornbread, huh? Something sweet does sound good. Sorry, I really need to finish moving into my new place and getting unpacked.
そうなの。残念。
I'd actually like to ask your favor. Would you help me unpack?
それも面白そうかも。
シルビーをパシるの？我らがソルティレージュ第9王女、シルビア様に対し、ユニークな提案ですね。
That's not it. Go enjoy your melon bread, Sylvie. Not like I had any large items to look, so probably be fine. Oh, right, my luggage aside, I still haven't heard where I'll be staying.
エキスナが説明したはずでが。
She explained it, but I'm not sure where it actually is. Some of my stuff has already been delivered, too. I assume I'm moving into the Academy's own dorms, right? Where are they? All classroom seemed to stir. Even Kikuchi was acting
手
weird.
続きをしたのは私たちだが、何か問題が？
カバレロ様が。
いえ、問題というわけではないのですが。
Luckily, I was struggling to elaborate further.
綾香。
早く帰るわよ。
But that was going on. Was the dorm all female?
今日は
Some
フェンシング
bullshit
部
like
に顔
that?
を出す約束をしていて。
僕が案内しますので、ご心配なく。
かたじけない。
On that note, I headed outside with Kukichio.
そこのところで、
Kikuchi-o.
もう横にそれます。見落とすと分かりにくいですね。
I see. Though our destination was nearby, we took a path that was easy to get lost on. Having Kikuchi around to act as my guide was a huge help. And then... something unusual about the dorm. Asked him point blank. It was probably difficult to ask about in front of Elle, who was the one who referred me, but...
決して問題があるわけではないのですが、本来、ノーブル学園は全寮制。生徒は全員、寮に入ることが予定されていました。
It's not now. School advertised it as such before it officially opened its doors.
全校生300人分の寮は予定されたのですが、設計された建物は、一部屋3人で入るものでした。これが、 生徒たちから不評を買ったのです。たった12畳の部屋に3人は住めないと。
I guess that would be a little tiny for some, but was it really that big of a deal? The way I saw it, a room like that would be massive for a single person. But again, the rich may feel different. If it were 214 square feet, then that would mean each person would be given about 71 square feet of space. That would feel kind of cramped.
学園側はその要望を組み、一人一部屋。結果、寮の収容人数は100人まで減ることになりました。
What about the other 200?
丘を下ったところにあるアパートを学園が買い取って当てているそうです。まあそこを使っているのは30人くらい。他はマンションを買うか、3年間駅前のホテルを借りるかする方が多いですが。
Wait, so why was he forced to move into the dorm if people quite clearly were allowed to, like, stay in other facilities nearby? Like, I want them to explain that. Because that's bullshit. That is a fucking plot hole. The alcohol is starting to hit me. Like, I'm basically drinking like twice the amount I drank yesterday. Not quite twice. I guess twice during the recording, since I drank the last glass off recording afterwards, since I'm not gonna put the bottle back in the fridge for one singular glass. But by God, the alcohol is starting to hit me. Fuck. Woo-wee! Of course, rich people would do that. Why are you staying?
うちの152番目の別荘がすぐそばにありまして。
This hoity-toity sounding conversation continued, but I could only accept anything after befriending a princess, not 24 hours per hour. I'm surprised I managed to get a room at the dorms then.
ゲスト用として常に5部屋を空けているようですよ。もし諸外国のセレブが転入を望んだとき、迅速に受け入れられるように。
The calculating of them. That means getting a room here is even more difficult. Wouldn't it be an issue for a commoner like me to move in?
そう思ってらっしゃる方も多いやもしれません。やはり寮は便利なので、望んで入れない方は毎年多いです。
I only got in due to extenuating circumstances. I guess everyone was expressing their dissatisfaction with the system by directing it at me. Oh well, maybe it was inevitable.
それより問題なのは。
Really?
はい。こちらが本題です。さっきも述べた通り、寮から溢れた方は丘の下に住むしかない。つまり、毎朝この坂道を登らなければならない。
It's not really steep, but it is long. The academy was fairly deep in the foothills, so it was a ways off. I hadn't really noticed it yesterday, but the thought had occurred to me earlier this morning. Anyone who lives in the dorm has a much shorter commute. Is that why they're jealous?
やっかみもそうです。だがそれ以上に体力の話です。自然と寮に住める人間を選ぶときは、レディーファーストが適用されるのです。
本当に来たわ、あの庶民。
How funny would it be if they actually, like, got the number of, like, the nights in case anything goes wrong? He's just, like, pulled out his phone, typed in the number. Ah, hello. Oh no, this is not an emergency. I wanted to ask if it was really necessary for me to move into the student dorm. Why I'm asking, you ask? Well, yes, I know you explained all this, but I've just learned that several other students do not live in the dorms. They just live in their own houses near the city. And also that the dorms is, like, mostly female? You wouldn't consider this a problem? No, I'm not planning on, like, insulting anyone. That is not the problem. It's just what the... You imagine, like, there's one bitch in my class who's, like, spreading very nasty rumors about me immediately just because I'm a commoner. And you expect me to go to a fucking dorm where it's mostly girls who all seem to be in cahoots with her. If looks could kill, I would have died once for every student staying at this dorm. Are you sure I need to move in here? It actually was an option, not. Why didn't you tell me earlier?
ここって女子寮じゃありませんの？名目上は男女共用。もともと男女全員が入れる仕様ではあるんだよ。今はマストで女子オンリーなだけで。
Seriously? Inside was a garden of women. It was sad time for people to get home from school. Drove the students were heading inside, but they were all women.
明文化されたことではないので、カバレロさんたちには伝わっていなかったようですね。
Perceiving pretenses and reading the mood is a large part of the Japanese culture after all.
逆に、読めないこともまた、シルビアさんやカバレロさんの魅力かもしれませんね。では、僕はこれで。
Wait, don't leave me! I caught Kikuchio as he tried to escape.
話してください。この空気、耐えられません。
No shit! Of course it would be with all these women eyeballing us! Shut up. Don't run away. My lord, a commoner is in trouble, my lord!
そう言われては。貴族として放っておくわけには。
Thank goodness he was easy to handle. While I had my hands full with him, everyone had begun to glare at us with a fierce intensity.
何君？この寮に何か用？ここ女の子しかいないんで、入り口で立ってると変な目で見られますよ、先輩。
Yeah. Added to the corner. What a pain. It was unofficially a women's dorm. A woman's dorm. With the two men standing outside, no one assumed I lived here. The dorm itself was what you'd expect from a rich school, and was more than adequate for students to live in. It looked more like a hotel than a dorm, especially with how pristine and well decorated it was. The second you walked through the front door, there was a terrace where students could relax. Was there a convenience store inside? It even had a Starbucks-looking coffee stand next door. I had heard of rich schools having convenience stores on campus before, but I assumed it was rare for them to also be inside the dorms themselves. Oh, and there was even restrooms inside the shop. Blackouts on the restroom doors depict a little man in blue on one and a red woman on the other. The right door led to the men's bathroom, which meant that it was not a women's dorm.
いやー、最近ちょっと硬くてさ。お野菜もちゃんと食べなきゃダメですよ、先輩。
These young women walked in like it were only natural, though, which meant the men's bathroom was fair game. It was painfully clear to me how unwelcome men were here. But judging by their stares, something peculiar had entered the mix. A boy sneaking around in the women's dorm made sense. Was I seriously going to live here? Could I possibly get the 100 people who lived here to accept me?
市松さん、ようこそ。
Ah! Hi! Familiar face had come to greet me.
本日からここにお住まいだそうで。クラスだけでなく、寮生としても同窓ですね。よろしくお願いします。
The displeasure seems to be very much requited. That's the word. I'm retarded. I really need to go take a bathroom break. I'll be right back. See you in a bit. I'm back. I'm gonna drink the entire 750 milliliter bottle. That's just not a good idea. Oh yeah.
見ての通り、今や女子寮と化している場所ですので、よっぽどずうずうしくても、男子の身では入りにくいかと思います。歓迎しますね。別のお住まいを探すならいくらでも協力しますので、いつでもおっしゃってください。おっと。その前に、新しい学校を探す方が先ですか。
I talked about this with like some people on Bosquare server just now. He's like passive-aggressive statements. Like, you know, the more you offer those kind of things, the more I don't want to trouble you about them. Guess I suppose I'll have to stay here, even if it is very reluctant. Like, something like that. Like, she's trying to make herself sound nice while trying to basically bully the shit out of him. Go in on that. Go in on that? Like, how very kind an offer. However, I don't like troubling other people. Yeah, if anything, your offer has made me even more dedicated in trying to stay in this school. After all, I would not want to disappoint someone like yourself. Despite your snidely aggressive tendencies compared to bizarre skills from everyone else, I was grateful to have her here just because she knew my situation.
そうそう。今さっきですけど、今現在寮に住んでる女子全員に、市松さんがここに住む旨と事情をメールしました。ん？あの彼、ここに住むのかい？ここ、女子寮なんじゃないんですか、先輩！
本人の強い希望によりゲストルームへ。ドン引き。転校生さん、初めての男性ですよね。どんな人なんでしょう？
Calm down there.
近づいちゃダメ。まだ虚勢もしてないのよ。転校初日からあのシルビア王女にちょっかいかけたという命知らずなオスなのよ。へえ、私たちも危ないんじゃ。
What did your email say? Show me.
レディーの指針を除くなんて褒められませんよ。
Snake. Noble?
すいません。しかしもう無理です、庶民様。貴族を家に帰らせてください。
あらあら。入居した庶民は、あの六音寺の御曹司を相手に怒鳴り散らすほど凶暴な危険人物。送信。
Damn it. That's enough. How about you tell me where my room is?
ええ。こちらへどうぞ。
She's gonna show him to the toilet or something. We headed towards their terrace while bearing the full brunt of their stairs. We were close to the rooms on the other side of the terrace, but the room she got him to was the closest to us on the first floor. The room was at least 240 square feet. It was huge. Not only had my luggage been delivered, but several pieces of furniture were already assembled and ready for me. The alcohol's really starting to get to me, Jesus Christ. Whew.
こんなところでしょうか。
Yeah, I'd say so. It's larger than my room. Certainly not larger than my house now. Because I do still live with my parents! Yes, make fun of me. Fuck off. Listen, I wouldn't move out if I had the money or a job to do so. I opened 2 cardboard boxes and rearranged the provided
こちらの
furniture.
段ボールは？
Just some recreational hobby-related stuff, so be careful.
そうですか。では、手伝いもここまでということで。
Yep, thanks, Kikuchio. I feel like I kind of turned you into an errand boy. I feel like I turned you kind of into an errand boy.
いえいえ、困っている庶民を助けるのは貴族の務めですから。もっと言えば、今外に出られませんから。
That's true. Since this room was close to terrace, we were clearly hear all the faint ramblings coming from the other side of the walls. There were a decent number of girls chatting amongst themselves about my new room. It wasn't so much about my room specifically, but more so the fact that a savage commoner screamed and forced his way inside a woman's dorm. I already had my hands full with my crappy classmates. I didn't feel things would be just as... I didn't expect things would be just suffocating here, too. Honestly, God, one way of like clearing up the target would have been just like announcing the ones who handled my transfer here were Sylvia and Elle. Possibly even like referring to them with the whole Sama thing, just to make sure that they don't think you like. Just to make them feel that you have at least some common decency and manners. Like, if you wish to know the true circumstances of my transfer, please refer to them instead of believing a student, a class representative who has only heard so from hearsay. I already had my hands full with my crappy classmates. I expect things to be just as suffocating here too.
もうしばらくお邪魔させてください。ほとぼりが冷めた頃、こそっと帰ります。
Yeah, I'm sorry about this. I felt guilty for causing him so much trouble, especially when we had only just met. With that, Kikuchiyo looked around the room.
やはり、これといった品はなし。どれも既製品ばかり。オーロ君は、やはり皆さんのおっしゃる通り、特徴のある家柄ではないのですね。
You can just be blunt and say I'm poor.
そうですね。貧乏です。
I'm starting to get a better read on you the more time we spent together. He wasn't a bad guy, but was severely lacking in the common sense department. I like the rich guy from the earlier manga chapters of Kokame.
こう言うと失礼ですが、クルス・クラウンさんとはどこでお知り合いになったので？
So, Cook Turtle. Koch is German for cook, and Kame, if I remember correctly, do not quote me on that, should be turtle in Japanese. Don't quote, like I said, though, don't quote me on that.
昨今はインターネットはじめ、出会いの場は多いですが、にしても気になってしまいます。
Well, we kind of ran into each other on the street, started talking, and became fast friends. I hadn't lied.
そうですか。縁は稲もの味なものですね。
More or less. I had no interest in joking around with Kikuchiyo about this topic any further. Oh, right, I wasn't sure, so I should probably ask. Is Sortilege really some sort of like gigantic country? I'd heard the name a lot, but knew nothing about the country itself. The only info I could find online suggested it was a pro-Japanese country, which gave me a little to go off of.
小さな大国ですよ。そして今後、小さな超大国になるやもしれない。21世紀の産業を考えれば、日本にとっての存在感は相当なものです。立ち位置や地政学などで、すでにある程度価値の動きにくい米国中国に比べれば、ずっと気を使う相手かと。
I don't know much about inter-country affairs, but I got that it was probably astounding.
ソルティレージは現在、人工知能プログラム、仮想通貨のブロックチェーンプロトコルなど、ソフト技術で世界を席巻しており、日本は飛行機、リニア、水素発電と、ハード技術で世界からの需要で溢れています。さらにソルティレージには、複数の特許的優位な軍需産業も。
Like the toy that turned to a high-powered laser weapon.
これら軍需企業が日本の技術をいくつか欲しており、同時に軍隊、及び軍需産業を持てない日本にとって、提携するのに非常に旨味のある相手でもある。お互いのアピールポイントの都合、そして何より、共に皇室王室と歴史の境を大事にする国民性から、両国は極めて良好な状態を築いています。何でもソルティレージ王室の第一王女は、結婚相手に日本人を推薦したとか。
That's incredible. All the technical stuff aside, Sortilege seemed to have a good relationship with Japan at the state level. Because this game is like at a fucking like rich people's school, I'm already worried about routes where the main like conflict will be. Oh no, my parents have set up a fucking fiance for myself, and I'm not confident enough to speak against it. There's some bullshit like that, and I'm not looking forward to it. Let's hope that's not going to be the case, because I do not like that kind of bullshit at all. Whoops. All the technical stuff aside, Sochi seems to have a good relationship with Japan at the state level. What happened if things turned volatile between the two?
一生恨まれるでしょうね。ソルティレージュにも、日本の全国民にも。
I mean, it's already like an inferior country just by the fact that Sortilège is a very French name, which immediately makes it very, like, a extremely shit country. Ooh. I was in a more astounding situation than I originally thought. Thank goodness they didn't label me as a kidnapper yesterday, otherwise they probably would have killed me.
なぜそんなことを聞くので？
Hypothetically speaking, with as good of friends as we are, what do you suppose would happen if Sylvie and I were to get into a fight or something?
やめてください。日本国民として生きた心地がしません。
Would it really be that bad? That's when I realized there was no way out of the situation anymore.
話していたら喉が渇きましたね。
Yeah, I worked up quite a sweat after moving all these boxes around. I'll grab us some drinks. Are you okay with some ramune? Pull out 2 ramune bottles that I brought with me. They were room temperature, but they would be perfect given how cold it was today.
何ですこれ？ジュースでしょうか？買った！蓋の部分が全然取れない。硬すぎます。
Oh yeah, I did the same thing when I was a kid. I didn't seem to know about ramune at all. And then...
陣中の時間だ！
Who is it?
くず流線
Pow, 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 pow. I was bought with 9 instantaneous strikes. What's your problem?
陣中見舞いよ。
Ah, thanks, I appreciate the support, but why was to use the punished science technique to do it? I helped myself to the soda and chips she brought with her in exchange for playing along and letting her use me as a punching bag.
うんうん。片付け終わって手伝わなくて良さそうな時間を狙ってきたけど、ちょうどっぽい？
Yeah, perfect timing. Kikuchiyo was a huge help.
おや？
キクちゃん。ラムネの蓋取ろうとしてるの？そんなにビー玉好きだっけ？
Oh, I like that outfit. She got pants. Like it shouldn't be that strange for like, yes, girls wear pants. It's normal, but for some reason, a lot of anime girls don't. Like I adored the outfit Tsujido had with jeans. Like that was some good shit. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna lay it down later.
Down!
Yeah, I didn't hesitate to jump onto my bed. Hey, there's my room and I haven't even gotten the chance to use it yet.
いいじゃん、これくらい。ぽよーん、ぽよーん、ぽいーん。
Ah, now she's breaking in the bed springs! She had stolen 2 of the biggest thrills I could get when moving.
まあまあ。あ、あら、キクちゃん。この部屋のトイレもう使った？
Oh yeah?
初トイレいただき！
God fucking damn it! Hey, you hold it! The door to the bathroom was all too cruelly closed.
実はちょっと溜まってたんだよね。
Hey, wait! That's my room and you're planning to take my bathroom's virginity too?!
いいじゃん。さすがにボンジョルノはしないから。CC 上までだから。
Fine. That would be the biggest thrill of an... That would leave the biggest thrill of a new bathroom intact, huh? I'll allow it, but no big ones! Right out here, so we'll be able to hear you if you do!
オーロ君、女性のそういうことに聞き耳を立てるのはいかがかと。
You're right, I lost my cool. Walk back over to Kikuchiyo.
初ベッドとか初トイレとか、不思議なこだわりがあるのですね。
You don't?
全然。
What a weirdo. I guess you'd get used to living in a brand new place if you've got over 100 vacation homes.
確かに。
That's a very common or like sentiment, huh? Breaking in a new bed or bathroom could be exciting in its own way. It wasn't like the sort of thing happened every day. Even breaking in a new bed at a hotel could be exciting if you let it. It was apparently a sensation lost on Noble.
ああ、さっぱりした。タオル借りたよ。
Sure, if it's just a towel. Wait, her hair was wet? Hey, you even broke in the shower!
私もラムネ飲みたい。もらうね。
Reina raided the fridge without asking. Pop. She rounded up the edge of her towel, used it to press on the marble, and opened up the bottle with ease. She was acting like she owned the place. Yes.
風呂上がりはこれだ。
This pissed me off a little bit. A cute girl fresh out of the shower was relaxing on my bed. With that thought in mind, I guess I couldn't complain too much. There was a stark contrast between her and Kikuchio, who was still struggling to open his bottle. Reina, are you poor?
急に何？
I came out wrong. As Kikuchio would say, are you more of a noble or a commoner like me?
ああ。
And skillfully caught the marble with the neck of the bottle and downed the beverage in a single chug.
親は年収300万。うち150をパチスロに突っ込むロマンあふれる弓追い人にございます。
Ah! So enough for self-introduction to
そ
follow.
っちは？
My parents weren't much for slots and are a bit more reliable than that, but we definitely don't have a maid or butler.
なら私側だ。
Noble Academy sure has high standards. What's your family like, Kikuchio?
僕への面通しが叶う執事だけで80人ですね。その下にはもう10倍ほどいるはずですが。
Got it! Open the Ramune Noble.
勝ってー
Probably shouldn't say this, but it's strange that you're friends with a certain princess.
友情はね、どこにでも芽生えるから友情なのさ。わい、どっかの名言言いそうな誰か。てか、オーロは人のこと言えねえかよ。
I have my reasons. My three options were lose an arm, be locked up, or become a friend. I didn't think actually becoming friends with Sylvie was a bad thing, though. Unlike me, I heard that this girl had worked her way into Sylvie's inner circle the right way. She did seem to be well-spoken. I completely opened up to her in a day's time, too.
オーロも仲良くした方がいいよ。キクション以外にも友達作ってさ。あ、そうそう。外のみんなが先立ってたけど、何かしたの？
I didn't! It was all just a misunderstanding. Not so much as a misunderstanding.
あやかっちにはめられた？
She asked after taking out her cell phone. Looks like she'd received the same email Jogasaki had sent out earlier. If you know that much, then I'll make this quick. As a fellow commoner, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
みんなの誤解を解いて、とかなら無理。
That was quick. She single-handedly destroyed all my hopes. I'm begging you to treating me like I'm some sort of criminal.
ああ、言われてる。
She showed me her cell phone. It appeared she was chatting with her friends outside over Luine. Hate speech seemed to be building up at an alarming rate on the other side of the door.
悪いやつじゃないくらいは言っとくよ、一応。
Go on, Nunya. That was a little comforting to hear. As far as my impressions of my first day at the school went, the richest school in Japan sure isn't kind to commoners.
だね。
I realized one of them was making fun of commoners. Kikuchio was mocking us, but he definitely saw us as distinctly different creatures. It was probably a given in the world of nobles. And so the behavior was one of the first things governors of certain Middle East countries taught their heirs. Commoners aren't like us. They aren't human, so there's no need to pity them. They are all disposable. It was irritating for a commoner's point of view, but it was an essential sentiment for nobles. It would be easy to raise a rich and magnanimous scion who might one day come to care about commoners and bring their lineage to ruin. That was why nobles educated their children that way. Perhaps it was inevitable that the students of Noble Academy, who congregated here from across Japan, looked down upon us commoners. I wasn't enough of a child to get angry over it. It was just irritating.
私も最初は苦労したっけ。
Has that happened before? You're so chatty with everyone, though. What
普
happened?
通に、化粧の話とかで寄ってって、そのまま。
Would have worked out as long as you were as sociable as she was. consider myself to be quite eloquent, but it won't be easy to recover from being thought of as a criminal.
まあ厳しい子多いけどね。あやかっちとか。
She sure is. As of this moment, she was my biggest adversary. She was beyond being looked down on. She considered commoners to be a nuisance for being at this academy, as well as occupying the same space as her. She was determined to drive me out, and wasn't trying to hide how badly she wanted me to leave. Was she traumatized by a commoner or
い
something?
らない。
I noticed that Anna's expression suddenly grew serious. What was that all about? As soon as did I think that, then she flashed a sudden smile. Smirk.
よかった。メンタル大丈夫みたいだね、オーロ。
Huh?
転入直後につらたんだったから。今頃真顔が止まらなくなってるかもって思ってきてみたんだけど。
And Anna claimed she came by to cheer me up, so I guess she was worried about me. I'll be fine if that's all they throw at me. Sure, I was being bullied, but mercifully, rich people had an elegant way of bullying you. They didn't inflict any direct physical harm. It wasn't bad enough yet to be considered real hardship.
よしよし。それなら楽しむとしましょうか。
Huh?
オーロくんのプライベート拝見。こいつがプライベートボックス？
Whoops. Put down the box. Put down the box. The alcohol's really starting to hit me, by God. That's at least a bit better. Fun fact, I used to do Kung Fu actually at a school nearby. Got thrown out because I punched a kid. This was a kid the same age as me though, so do not worry. I apparently got some items on my inventory on Steam. Probably, yep, trading card. Heroina A trading card, Heroina B trading card, and Heroina B trading card. Why all Heroina? The fucking trading card spoiled me. It's her with her hair down. Fuck off. She pulled out a sealed cardboard box. I guess she was done fussing over me. There are things inside that box I wouldn't want anyone to see, I guess.
だから漁るんじゃん。
Makes sense.
ちゅうわけで、ウェイ！
She opened it without hesitation. What was in the box again? I was in too much of a rush yesterday to really have a chance to sort through my belongings.
ねえねえ、オーロ。面白いもんある？エロいもん希望。
Naughty stuff. Well, I suppose there is.
えげちいのあるかな？って、一発目でおエッチなお本を発見した！おいおい、本当に出るかよ。あれ？反応なし。
I don't know whether you're some closeted porn-reading perv or one of those sexy gal types, but both would be valid personalities for you.
羞恥心は？
I'm not going to act ashamed in front of someone who shamelessly digs through another person's belongings without permission. Those porn mags were a spur-of-the-moment purchase at a convenience store, and they're pretty shabby, and I don't care for them much. It would be pretty embarrassing if she saw what I actually put it into. But the porn I didn't care about was flesh-colored paper.
チェー。
Lena tossed the magazine aside. Was you looking for something naughty?
恥ずかしがるオーロが見たいだけでおっぱいが見たいなら自分のがあるし。
I suppose that's valid. Good point.
このラムネとやら、なかなか蓋が取れないな。休憩しますか。おや、この本は一体。わー
Oh! The boob blower found it.
失礼な。誰がおっぱいが好きだと。おっぱいが、その、うわーおっぱいがいっぱいだ
Oh, those are boobles!
キクチョン体勢なさそうだもんね。
Is this your first time looking at porno mags?
当たり前です。こんな節だらな。こんな。うわー、おっぱー
You can have it. Call it a gift for helping me out.
こういう感じの反応がオーロにもあればな。あ、エロ本もう一冊発見。
I did bring a few of them after all. Wait, not that one!
なんで？そっちのと一緒じゃん。違うといえばちょっと古いのと。ページがなんかパリパリしてるような。
Ah! That's because, you could say that it was the first one that, tended to my needs.
このパリパリは？
I know why it's gooey when it comes out, but turns crunchy when it dries. Ah! Don't sniff it! You don't need to sniff it!
確認のために聞くけど、これって。
My partner graduating from virginity.
最悪かよ!
And then I tossed it away. How could you treat my first love so terribly?
だねえな、もう。
I rushed to affectionately retrieve the abandoned magazine.
なんか他にないの？こう適度にオーロが挙取る程度の適度なエロさの。エロさの。この段ボール全部エロかよ！
Huh? Seriously? Named all of it an essential, packed a decent amount, but between the porn and max DVDs, Blu-rays, and games, right. Well, these are all essential, so there's no escaping half of it being porn.
探してはいたけど多すぎ。ねえ、まったく。ん？
What?
なんかこのエロ本、エロゲ、エロビデオ。全体的に傾向が似てない？
Is it gonna be blondes?
両辱、謹慎、ハードエロ。あ、でもこっちは純愛、甘エロ、おねしょた、おじろり。エロの種類が散らばってるかな。
Okay, Weird. Straight up no. Fine, I guess. Like the first one, it's just a case of I can ignore it. Pure love? Yes. Yes. Very borderline. No. What the fuck is wrong with you, Oro? Yeah, that's right. I'm not really picky, so I never got fixated on the one specific fetish.
でもなんか全体に共通点がある。
Ah, fucking... We should meet like a fucking human-sized mosquito and punch it once.
あ！これ、女の子が全部黒髪ロングだ！
Ah. I'm excited when someone in Bosco server said that he isn't being passive-aggressive towards Ayaka because she has black hair. What do you mean? I haven't got a clue. Oh, but you're right. There are lots of girls with long black hair. Wow! Coincidental bias. Sure, it's a scary thing, huh?
オーロ黒髪ロングフェチかよ。
It's not a fetish! Certainly not extreme enough to be a fetish! Whatever reason, no matter the medium that covers that... The covers that caught my eye always ended up featuring women with long black hair.
ぶっこいても無駄無駄。なんだよ、照れて。可愛いかよ。
She finally got her grubby hands in some good heckling material. My face, unsurprisingly, was beet red.
にしても黒髪ロングフェチ。あれ？ってことはオーロ的には、私みたいな髪は NG？
I wouldn't say that, but it does make me wonder why you dye it.
チェー、ブリーチって大変なんだぜ。ん？
What?
はあ、なんか悟った。悟り開いた。
Dana shot me an awkward smirk. What's this all about?
ほら、学園でフルボッコされても平気だったのって、うちの学園の女子が黒髪ロングばっかりだったからだ。てか、ここが女子寮って分かった後、びくつきながらも逃げずに住もうとしてるのも、ここの子たちほぼ全員黒髪ロングだからだ。
Ah! That's actually the reason. If that's actually the reason, it needs to be slapped. Down with the M. Down with the M. Down with the M.
下げ入ってると思って損した。ノーブル生活満喫中じゃん。
Well, Noble Academy. From what I'd seen, there were mostly high-class girls in attendance, and none of them seemed mischievous or trendy enough to dye their hair. Most of the girls I'd encountered, both at school and here at the dorm, had black hair, so of course I was excited. But not in any way worth mentioning, jeez.
少なくとも、あやかっちにいてこまされても平気なのは、そこが原因しょ。
If I think about how much I'd like to grab onto that black hair of hers, then I can ignore most of her nasty behavior. I'm disappointed in Oro already. That must have tickled her funny bone pretty hard as I proceeded to smack the bed and howled with laughter.
よいせ。
She immediately started fiddling with her phone. Louine?
寮の子全員に送信しようと思って。転入生は黒髪ロングには無条件で優しいらしいよって。
Knock it off! She was going to bruise my already tainted reputation. I quickly confiscated her cell phone. Once again, Reina broke out into an uncontrollable giggle fit.
いやー、でもならうちの学園は最高だよ。うちで髪染めてる子なんてほんのちょっとだもん。私と友達に何人かと、あと彼女くらいかな。
At that moment, bam. Huh?
ごめんなさい。もう読みません。
A loud banging noise came from the neighboring wall. Whoops. Fuck! I accidentally shifted the fucking screen again. What the fuck? That was...
壁ドンかっこ隣人編だね。騒ぎすぎた。
Yeah. Sounds like Reina's laughter had disturbed them. I'd heard this was one of the guest rooms. There's someone next door.
っていうか、オーロはゲストルーム使う2人目だから。
That meant there was another transfer student before me. What are they like?
可愛い子だよ。仲良くなるのはちょっとむずたんだけど。
Even you can't manage it? This concentrated, massive conversational prowess. Couldn't get along with her, then... Sound like a tough nut to crack. Maybe it would be best if I didn't get involved
続
today.
きは静かに遊び
That's
ま
what
す
it
か。
is, isn't it?
こっちの段ボールは、
I am aware of, like, a rough description of Ria's character just based on what I've glanced in passing conversation. Let me see what happens here. My god, my head. Also, coincidence, someone's posting a bunch of Ria stuff. Oh, my fucking head. Oh, I got a message in this chat. Okay. Apparently Bud might have trouble taking part today. Dad says there's a YouTube channel that shows footage of feeding spiders to frogs. There you go. Because if I felt it, I continued digging through my belongings and opened another box filled with basic sundries. Sundries.
なんか普通。
Just like everyone else, so that would only make sense.
漫画に漫画に漫画に漫画。あれだね。参考書的なブレは一切ないね。
Oh yeah, I'm an average guy.
うん。あ、これポストカード？
Crap she saw. It was different from the manga or porn goods that she'd seen before. These really were my personal items.
へえ。マリア・ビショップ。オーロも好きなんだ。
What? Figured you'd just ignore it and move on, but you continued. You know her?
知ってるも何も最近人気じゃん。日本の音楽業界最後の歌姫って。
Yeah, they do. Respond as calmly as possible. Songstress Maria Bishop. Between CDs and concert sales, as well as online downloads, the Japanese music industry was unable to accurately tabulate one's popularity. However, everyone was talking about Maria Bishop. Fans seemed to lose their minds whenever a new song was announced online too. So-called divas were big in Japan some time ago. They were rapidly commercialized with CDs and concert the moment their name got out, and would eventually be seen as nothing more than an amateur singer. We, the consumers, rejected that level of commercialization as hard as we could, but only the trillion of online views and hundreds of millions of downloads mattered. They showed no sign of stopping. After simultaneously winning musical awards in America and the United Kingdom, Japanese TV stations and the internet became equally obsessed with Maria Bishop.
いいよね、この子。歌は綺麗だし、こびないし。
She doesn't do talk shows or anything either. Maria would occasionally appear on television, but she'd never gone on the sort of programs hosted by entertainers or sunglass-wearing old men. She would simply sing one of her songs and then promptly leave. I got another item in my fucking inventory. Apparently. What's it this time? Another Ele? Oh no, it's actually a Reina trading card 1. The fact that she wasn't a sellout and made seldom appearances at massive venues over the last few years only made her seem even more charismatic. You could even say she had kicked the stereotype held by the TV and music industry since the 80s, which felt that singers have to be engaging squarely in the butt.
財界でも有名です。事務所に迎えられれば、経済効果は計り知れないとか。
でかい事務所ではないんだってね。そういうのに全部背を向けてるのもいいのよ。
まあ、それはそれで、そうした売り方もあるのですが。
She's incredibly beautiful, so I'm sure she's made a killing off of good sales alone. Maria Bishop sure is great. She's fantastic.
黒髪ロングだしね。
Oh, don't say it. That may have been how she'd caught my eye in the first place. Her black hair, so long, it probably reached the floor when she stood upright. Then again, it was most definitely a wig or hair extensions if it reached the floor. Maria Bishop had no interest in celebrities, but this was one girl I'd love to meet, even just once.
やっと練習が終わった。久しぶりだから少々衰えていますね。迎えの約束まであと15分。やや早かったか。まあよい。このくらいならあっという間に。 何か物音が。失礼ながら、あなたはノーブル学園の生徒で？
あ？
まあ、どちらにしろ、ここは枯れ草も多い。喫煙は推奨できません。
誰もいないと思ったのに。
Oh, it's Wakana. Or Ghost, I guess.
邪魔になったなら失敬。
行かないの？
迎えが来るまで、あと10分あります。10分間は見張らせていただく。邪魔に思われるやもしれないが、こちらもそうしたことを見逃せない性分ですので。
うぜ。
I like that character pose just. Ah! They're only gonna make a muddle of alternative anime.
ここにはよく来られるので？
たまに。
良いところです。昼はとても景色が良くて、空気もきれいで、夜は少し怖いですね。綺麗は綺麗ですが、それが逆に、特に湖はもう真っ暗で。
落ちたら確実に死ぬからな。受水自殺ってどう思う？
は？
苦しいのかな？
文献によれば、この世で最も苦しい死に方は焼死。次が溺死だと聞きます。
死人が書いた本があるのかは知らないけど、文献が言うなら信じるかな。
貴公の私生活に踏み込むつもりはないが、自殺はタバコ以上に推奨できませんよ。
わかってるよ。こっちだって死にたいわけじゃない。ただここ、知ってるか？浜松湖湖畔。この湖はさ、永遠に繋がるってお話があんの。
That was a weird lag.
永遠？
この湖に入った者は、輝ける永遠の時間へ旅立つことになるって。まあ、要するに、ここ湖の中でも海に近くて繋がってるから、入ると海まで流されて永遠に漂うってことらしいけど。
ああ、なるほど。
でも、永遠ってのは憧れるよな。永遠の時間ってのは。
Why do I feel like that she's secretly Maria Bishop? Like, I don't know what it is, but I have this odd feeling. It's the same red eyes. And he mentioned, like, extensions and a wig. And a wig. At the very least, she might be related. Like, she doesn't, like, you may mention, like, oh, Ella also has red hair, she has red eyes, she has more of pink. It's not quite the same red, I think. Anyways,
自殺はしないって。2番目に苦しい死に方が永遠になったら困るしな。死ぬときは別の方法にする。
そうですか。永遠の時間。確かに、憧れる言葉です。私にも昔、そんな時があった。いつまでも続いてほしい時間が。
10分じゃね。
ですね。では、私はこれで。
そう。
機会がありましたら、またいずれ。あと、喫煙は進められませんよ。
いやー、ようやく笑けるもんが出てきた。さあ、次は何が出るかな。
they're still doing that. And it continued to rustle away to the boxes. It had been pretty entertaining to watch, so I guess it was okay.
およ？
Huh? For that, Reina's eyes changed color.
なにこれ？ロマンスの神様出てきてない？
The next thing Irena smugly took out was a tiny case. It was a small palm-sized box, but it was a beautiful item lined with felt. She could probably guess what was inside on sight
こ
alone.
いつはあれだよね。ピアス的な、ネックレス的なのを入れるあれだよね。
Yeah. Oh, don't be too rough with it. That's...
しかも正方形。ピアスなら2つあるから長方形。ネックレスなら長細くなるはず。つまり、指輪
She opened it with an enthusiastically as she could. But...
から
Idiot. She put back the cover with all her might.
何にも入ってないじゃん。ねえ、オーロ。
Oh, move!
すいませんおっ
He's
ぱいなって
still
見
looking
て
at
ま
the
せん
porn. I cried out to Reina a little louder than I probably should have.
ごめん、怒った。私。
Like I said, don't move. You either Kikuchigo. Let's see. Alright, that's two. You can move him now. Kikuchiyo, you can go back to your porno Magto. Her opening the box so quickly it caused its contents to spill out, and I went to pick them up. They were papers, so air pressure would have sent them flying if opened carelessly.
何それ？ラブリッチマーク？
Yeah, they were silver Loveriche emblems that came with chocolate bolos. I only have two, so don't be rough with them. It'd be awful if they got lost. Put them back into the box I used as their container.
ごめん。でもこんな綺麗な入れ物気になるじゃん。なんでこんな豪勢なもん使ってんのよ。
Oh yeah, it might be a little too stylish for a candy press
お
holder.
母さんにでも空き箱をもらったの？
No, I found someone dropped it, so I went ahead and used it.
なんだ、ゴミか。
It's not trash, but I guess you're not wrong. It had 10 years worth of sentimental value attached to it.
オロホラ？メーカーすら聞いたことない。
Me neither. I looked into it, but it seemed to be a manufacturer that went under over 30 years ago. Orohora rings.
拾ったって言ってたけど、中身はその時からなかったわけ？
No, it wasn't. I think I don't fully remember, but I just gave it to someone.
ルー、お待たせ。
シルビー様。
ちょっと遅れちゃったわね。美味しいメロンパンがたくさんあったから。
そんなに食べたのですか？夕飯が食べられないのでは？
食べられるわ。
愚問でした。申し訳ありません。従者の私の送り迎えにシルビー様に遠回りしてもらうなど。
いいのよ。ここからうちの別荘じゃ車がないとさすがに遠いでしょ。それに私、夜のドライブは好きだわ。特にこの街の湖畔は夜景がすごく綺麗だし。
ですね。輝ける永遠。なんて表現にも負けないくらい綺麗な夜景です。
10年前から変わらない。初恋のあの人にも会えたらよかったのに。
They're the fucking childhood friends. She's the one who has his ring, isn't it? That's the reason why she's holding a ring in the fucking main menu. All the subtlety of a bat to the fucking head. I know I should be stopping here, but I don't wanna. My first night away from home. The simultaneous excitement and uneasiness I felt, similar to being at a destination hotel, made it incredibly difficult to sleep. It was my first night here, so that was to be expected. The Noble Academy dorms were off the shore of Hamamatsu Lake. Considering how huge of a lake it was, I could hear the waves lapping against the shore from nearby. It was a strange feeling. No way. It was my first time sleeping in this bed or dorm room. But it wasn't my first time sleeping here. It was along the shore of the Hamamatsu Lake. Like then, wasn't the whole area a campsite? I recalled coming here over summer break. The open field by the shore was spacious enough for setting up tents and made for the perfect place for kids to run around. I remembered coming here as a part of the neighborhood association's camping event. It was an empty space that made for a great playground for kids. We would run around, cut loose, and play. Once we wore ourselves out, we'd lay down and fall asleep. Sometimes we would go behind the adult's back and hide until nightfall. It'd be awesome if we could stay together till morning. It's dark out. Are you scared?
ないです。全然怖くない。
She clearly has trouble speaking Japanese. This is fucking Sylvia.
だって、こんなにもキラキラしてます。お空がこんなに金色に。
It's not golden. It's like dark blue with some dots of white, usually. It's not gold. We were sprawled out in an open field looking up at the night skies. Of course, we'd nod off in no time. We got an earful every time the adults came looking for us. But that never stopped me. Getting to be with that girl made me so very happy. Just getting to be with her. Because I knew it wouldn't last forever. I knew someday. I would eventually have to say goodbye to her. Woke up. The unfamiliar bed and ceiling hovering overhead confused me, but I quickly recalled that I had moved. Waking up wasn't so bad. I thought I'd left my parents' place in a hurry. Although I'd left my parents' place in a hurry, there didn't seem to be any major problems. But I checked the clock. 6 a.m. Still early. I'd usually sleep in until 10 a.m. Spending the next 15 minutes running to school. Get there by morning bell at 8:13 a.m. Hold on, their school day only starts at like 8:30. The fuck? Like he says, like, oh, it's only 6. I used to get up at like half past 5 a.m. The fuck is wrong with this privileged little shit? Try getting up for like at like half past 5 a.m. after staying up until like 12 a.m. consecutively for like a month or so. Like I'm being graceful with, like, I'm being very gracious with the midnight estimation. At Noble Academy, I believed you were officially late past 8:45 a.m. The room was only 5 minutes away from campus. I could sleep until 8:55 a.m. at the latest. I should go back to sleep. Oh, sorry, don't watch. Sounded like the noise outside was what had woken me up. Peeked through the gap in the curtains and found around 30 women were standing in a row and doing calisthenics. I still have no idea how to pronounce that. That makes sense. They did radio calisthenics at 6 a.m. Thought only elementary schoolers and some break and middle-aged men in corporate jobs did these. But I guess rich girls did too. Reina and Chogasaki were noticeably missing from the lineup though. Still. This was pretty nice. A bunch of fine ladies doing calisthenics. Stop watching. Young women moving their bodies with their black hair swaying in the gentle breeze. Their invigorating exercise made the morning air feel all the more refreshing. Despite considering they were exercising right in front of my bedroom, this would likely be an everyday occurrence. It was nice in its own way. Wait, did I sound like a pervy old man just now? Very! And then...
庶民さんが覗いてます先輩。
Oh. It noticed me. Crap, by the time I realized it was already too late.
本当だ、覗いてる。ドン引き。先輩、おはようございます。一緒にどうですか、ラジオ体操。いけません。あんな虚勢もしていないオスを誘っちゃ何をされるか。朝から千葉した目で見てます。
Yeah, because you woke him up! Now they were causing a scene. While I was off being equally flustered.
転入生くん、悪いね。朝からうるさくして。
One young woman, presumably an upperclassman, addressed me directly.
うちら、毎朝みんなでこうやってお目覚めするようにしてるんだ。君もどうだい？一緒にやるかい？
No, thank you. All the girls hiding behind her were eyeing me suspiciously. I didn't have the guts to go out there.
そっか。まあ、朝は眠いもんね。でさ、悪いんだけど、来ないならカーテンは閉めといてもらっていいかな。みんなが変に感じみたいで。
Just explain, I'm not used to moving, so sleep hasn't been too gracious towards me this night. So I was very much confused when I woke up this morning. I'm sorry, I'm still not quite awake. This won't happen again. I'm very sorry. Try to make yourself seem as civil as possible. Except if it's Ayaka. Just be passive aggressive towards her.
さあ、続きやるよ。
The girl had somehow managed to defuse the situation and calm them all down. It's only been a day, but everything still feels hopeless. It appeared the upperclassmen I spoke with didn't hate me on reflex, which meant they were cool-headed people like her on campus. However, they were few and far between. Above all else, the fact was she was able to determine that the curtain was needed to partition myself off from the other girls, fully narrated my current situation. But then, I never expected my situation to improve so quickly.
ラジオ体操してた子たちに襲いかかったって？
It's only 7:24. How did your intel get so skewed in only 18 minutes?
みんな笑える方へ話は持っていくかね。
Now I've seen how malicious mob mentality can be.
ひそひそ。
I was getting some intense looks just for talking to Arena. It looked like I could get breakfast from that cafe over there, so I came to grab some, but...
市松さん、よろしいですか？
Yeah. Someone walked up to speak to me. A bad feeling the moment she opened her mouth.
どうも寮の中に悪い噂が蔓延しておりまして。あなたがいると皆さん怯えてしまうようなの。
cut her off again. I mean, she deserves to be cut off, but still. You're the one who started those rumors.
なので、登校の時間ギリギリまで部屋の中にいてもらえないでしょうか。朝ごはんは持ってきました。
あらら。
Felt like my heart was going to break first thing in the morning. However, I couldn't afford to not do as I was told, as their anger was being solely directed at me.
まあいいじゃん。部屋で優雅にブレックファーストを。私も付き合うからさ、気にすること。レイナ、こっち来て。朝食をご一緒しましょう。ね。市松さんにはご迷惑になりますわ。
And now they were taking Reina away, who was the only being remotely considerate of me.
まずいってレイナ。転入生だからって同情するのはわかるけど。何されるかわかんないよ、マスト。
In the end, I returned to my room. Talk about a crappy way to start off the day. An old private academy. A school where the country's richest students congregated. And there was even a genuine princess enrolled here. A tricky predicament indeed.
おはよう、オーラ。
Hey. So it was the primary reason why I was in the situation, and one of my few allies. She didn't live in the dorm like the rest of us, and instead came to school in a luxurious-looking limousine. Whoops.
ねえねえ、
Picked up
聞い
the
てよ、
game.
オロ。昨日はメロンパンを買いに行ったの。美味しかったわ。
That sounds nice. I'm happy for you, but doesn't that mean you didn't need to sneak out of school to buy it during lunch? I thought you had snuck out of school because they would be sold out by the time school ended.
大丈夫だったみたい。レーナがお昼に行かないと売り切れるってせかすから。もう、レーナっていつもちょっと大げさなの。そうでも言わないとシルビー乗らないもん。でも楽しかったでしょ？
Sounded like Arena was one of the underlying causes that landed me here.
それでね。メロンパン、今日のお昼ご飯にしようと思うの。それくらいたっぷり買ったのよ。
一つ食べて美味しいからと、店中全部買い占めたとか。
オーロにも食べてほしいの。ね、今日のお昼は一緒に食べましょう。
Sure, that'd be nice. I didn't bring my lunch. I was planning on going to the cafeteria anyway. Compared to how it was at the dorm this morning, having Sylvia around would make everything better. Naturally, being in the classroom would introduce its own set of issues.
またクルスクラウンさんと。
お情けをかけてるだけさ。クルスクラウン様は僕のママくらい慈悲深い方だから。
Male student B is being such a mama's boy is starting to annoy me. Hatred, especially from the boys amassed in the room. After what happened in the dorm this morning, gross rumors were beginning to circulate between the girls. The guys hated me, and the girls were disgusted by me. They were making fun of me yesterday, so the situation was obviously getting worse by the day. What a pain.
ねえねえ、オーロ。話は変わるのだけど。
Sylvie promptly spun around in her seat in front of me.
始球式って何？
Huh?
始球式？
Several of our male classmates who were seated farther away immediately gathered around us.
よくわからないのだけれど、それに出てほしいという依頼が来てるの。それも日本のテレビ局の偉い人直々に。
野球という競技の日本シリーズとやらがもうじきあるそうなのですが、その最初の試合です。
そういや10月だし。野球って何だったかしら？クリケットみたいなやつ？
はい。英語で言うとベースボール。日本では最もメジャーなスポーツですが、ヨーロッパでの知名度はまだまだですね。
へー。
野球、日本ではそんなに人気があるのですか？
I mean, if Magica is to be believed.
昨今はサッカーや他の競技も盛り上がっていますが、潜在的な競技参加者の数では今でも一番でしょうね。
Soccer actually got higher TV ratings, but that was probably only once every 4 years.
そんなに楽しい競技なのかしら？
To be honest, the government was responsible for most of its popularity. It was only necessary for the pitcher to have a large, stocky frame, which gave the typical Japanese athlete, who was likely not blessed with such a build, the chance to participate in the sport. The number of matches was crucial to its popularity, though. Compared to soccer, baseball wasn't as physically taxing, so they could easily surpass 100 matches if they played all year round, at 5 to 6 games per week. Although it would be quite the undertaking, since it required dedicated stadiums, over 100 games per year was feasible once they were built. There weren't many sports that could draw in that could draw in customers under the pretext of 150 matches per year, or in different terms, with so much money-making potential. Baseball was an extraordinarily lucrative commercial event. It's essentially Japan's most popular religion.
スポーツですよ。
People spend tens of thousands of yen to go watch a bunch of chubby middle-aged men leisurely run around. It can't possibly be anything but a religion.
偏見がありますな。
野球、お嫌いなので？
Let's just say I'm not a fan.
宗教って
てのは否定しないかな。うちのお父さん野球大好きで、好みの球団否定すると激烈男だし。
欧州でもサッカーチームにはそうした傾向があります。人間がスポーツにかける情熱の裏返しですね。
My father. And my uncle. And my grandma. And my other grandma. Basically my whole family, really. Gotta think of it, didn't soccer start to have issues with match fixing and degrading quality of referees? Similar incidents occurred in popular sports in any country.
なんだかいまいちなイメージね。
A sport begins to decay the second it becomes popular. That's all I was getting at.
なんだかネガティブな意見が続きますが、人気があるのは事実ですよ。日本シリーズの始球式を任せられるなど、かなりの名誉です。シルビアさん、どうかご一考ください。
まあ、多分やることにはなるだろうけど。
Sylvie flitted a glance my way. My blatant dislike of baseball seems to have annihilated her enthusiasm. And my attitude had been a little too abrasive. Better give her some support. Just for the record, the season opening ceremony is the primo game. If we're able to go, then that's the one you want to watch.
そう？
そうですね。僕も春の学生選抜で始球式を務めました。身の引き締まる思いでしたよ。
キクちゃんそんなことしてんだ。
春の大会はうちが大スポンサーですからね。何かと顔を出すよう言われるのです。
春の大会ってなんだっけ？
ああ、この地区では特にですね。
ん？
The tone of the conversation shifted.
何があったの？うちの県の代表が全国で準優勝したんだっけ？
はい。もともとサッカーは強くても、野球は今一つと言われる当県ですが、県代表に選ばれた浜南学園野球部が、全国で2位のところまで行きました。エースピッチャーの島東亮くんなどは、11球団のプロのスカウトに声をかけられたとか。もっともその後、今年の夏は調子を崩したのか、全国どころか県大会ですら、すぐ落ちてしまったそうですが。
そっか、残念。レーナ、野球は興味ないと言っていたのに、それでも残念なの？そらそうよ。我が県からすんごい野球選手が出ると聞けば、興味はなくてもすげーって思うよ。なるほど。野球、日本人にとって特別なスポーツなのね。まあ、人気者が出るなら、サッカーでも卓球でもフィギュアでも何でもいいけどね。始球式、どうしようかな。
Sylvie looked unsure. Like I said, it doesn't matter which game it is as long as you can get out there and have fun doing it. I'm sure the stadium will go nuts when they see a pretty girl like you walk out onto the field.
本当に？
Yeah. There's no better game than a season opening ceremony. It's the best one. That's the moment of the game that shines It's that moment of the game that shines brightest. I'm sure the organizers hope you'll come too. Elle noticed something, didn't she?
クルス・クラウンさん、とうとう王室宛ての公務まで彼に意見を仰ぐようになってるわ。綾香、彼どうにかならない？
あんな野獣のような庶民に関わっては、クルス・クラウン様が心配ですわ。
クルス・クラウンさんはカバレロさんがいるからいいとして、レーナがマストで心配だよ。
そうね。庶民がこの学園にいるのは、間違ってるわね。
Honest God, I so hope that somehow in her route, her fucking family or something falls from grace or something and she herself becomes a commoner just to see her fucking breakdown. Yes, I'm that sadistic at this point. I blame the alcohol. School looks pretty medieval, but it's surprising that attack.
あらゆる技術の粋を集めた教育機関ですから。
We're going to perform a biology experiment in chemistry class today. I assume we might be performing some sort of dissection, but The experiment was a dissection, but it was like a class out of the near future where we performed a 3D incision on a 3D generated fish. As usually I couldn't understand what conclusion we'd come to due to the teacher's explanation going way over my head. Studying really isn't my thing, but that was a lot of fun. Let's do it again.
オーロってテスト前日とかヤバタンな人？
Don't underestimate me. Tests are where I show off my robust intuition with greater than 40% accuracy on multiple choice questions.
すごい。けどバカだ。
我が校の試験はすべてマークシートですから、なかなかに有意義な才能で。おや？
Huh? We came back to the classroom. And Kikuchiyo was the first to notice what was up ahead, went wide-eyed with shock. Rain and I followed his gaze. It was my seat. Helen and Sylvie hadn't come back yet. There were flowers and an overturned vase on my seat. Isn't that like something Japanese schools do when a student died or committed suicide, where they just like put a flower with a vase on the seat, and that so students started using that as bullying or something? Aka needs to die is what I'm trying to say. Like, don't quote me on this. This is most of the things I say is secondhand knowledge. The school performs dissection experiments on a whole other level from an elementary school. But cheap crap like this makes it no better than an elementary school, huh? What's more, I noticed he must purposely doused everything in the water from the vase, as my school bag beside my desk was drenched. The inside of my school bag, excluding my class textbooks, which hadn't arrived yet, including my brand new notebook, was soaking wet.
気にしないで、オーロ。ノート新品なんだし。
僕のを差し上げます。新品をいくつか持っています。ですから、お気を落とさず。
オーロ
Who did this?
浮きれた。
思ったより直接的な反応で
He's
した。
finally gonna like punch a bitch. Who was it, damn it? Who did this? Looked around the classroom. Naturally, no one stepped forward and took responsibility. I had a general idea of who it might have been. The girls were grossed out by me and wouldn't go anywhere near my stuff, which meant it had to be a guy. For that matter, it had to have been someone who'd resorted to such crude, petty harassment. Those eyes, which only once focused on me, as I blew my lid, quickly veered away. Surely someone, or even multiple people, had seen the culprit. None of the students wanted to be made an accomplice to the offender's scummy actions and would make every attempt possible to distance themselves. Keep a watchful eye on every single one of them, namely the person their dodgy gaze turned to. Ah! It was him. And he noticed that I noticed.
なんかあったの？うわ、なんだこれ、びしょびしょじゃん。誰にやられたんだ、市松。まあ、証拠のないことだから、誰とも特定できないし、諦めるしかないけど。
Best I tried to reel your way out of this one due to lack of evidence. Elementary schoolers pulled this kind of thing all the time, but it was a good strategy. Couldn't confront it without evidence. In the world of rich kids, that is. Kikuchiyo. What's this guy's name again?
Huh?
I don't remember. He's got such a plain face.
西郷隆くんです。世界的な写真家、パブロ西郷のご子息で。
Saigo! Is it? Nice to meet you. So psycho, as you can see, my notebook is all messed up.
おう、気の毒だな。
You've got the face of a guy who takes pristine notes. Sorry, but, would you trade your notebooks with me?
は？
Trade notebooks with me. The soaking wet one with the one you're currently using. It would take care of my notes, and I'd get my hand on a notebook that had consolidated all our lessons so far. Talk about hitting two birds with one stone.
なんで俺がそんなこと？
You won't?
え？
For real? How terrible! This is coming from the Pablo Saigo, son of all people. Everyone please listen. Pablo over here. He apparently won't listen to the plea of a distressed commoner.
Huh? Huh?
Why would you do this, Pablo? Would you help someone in trouble, Pablo?
パブロはお父様のお名前です。
Saigo Takashi of Class 2A is the sort of man who would refuse to help someone in need and mock him from the sidelines.
ちょっと声がでけえ
I'm doing it on purpose. Listen to this, everyone. My school bag has been horribly vandalized, but the A2 Saigo Takashi won't help. Instead, he's just sneering. Who do you think the offender is, Saigo Takashi? You're watching, aren't you, Saigo Takashi? Why are you siding with the culprit instead of pitiful old me, Saigo Takashi?
やめろ
That finally shut him up. I don't know anything about the sophisticated world of nobles, but I could play it as just as sturdy as he had. It was true that I couldn't confront him without evidence, but...
あれってまさか。
そうだよ。関わらないように。
たかしくん、やりすぎだよ。
What need was there to confront someone when the majority would out the known offender? What will we do? Swap notes with me, and we'll call it even. I should stop messing around with the fan. I look like a posh cunt. Or maybe it was Pablo Psycho, right? It was Pablo Psycho, right? You should ask your father what he thinks of what you did. We should ask your father what he thinks of what you did today.
わかった、帰るよ
Psycho headed off to grab his own bag in a fluster, and handed over his notebook. Thanks. Alright. Collected my sub notebook and waterlogged the bag and dropped them on the floor. Consider that my present to you. Clean it up for me, would you? Floor's all wet. Make sure to wipe it down, okay? Calmly took my seat. As frustrated as he looked doing it, Psycho cleaned up the floor and left.
意外と武闘派かよ。
冷や汗が出ました。
He was merciful. No. Like, I would have snapped far earlier. Bullying's all about the atmosphere. If you act first, then you can easily stop it before it gets out of control.
ただいまー。何かあったの？
Welcome back. No, nothing at all.
あら、ほら、綺麗なお花ね。
Yeah, I guess. His face had been cleaned up. Still though, Saigo was it? Something about the way he was acting seemed strange. He was told to do it by Aka, wasn't he?
ひどかったね、西郷くん。あんな幼稚な。
庶民が気に入らないのはわかるとして、品性下劣な手に出るのは感心しませんね。まったくね。
So even like I can tell you right now, she's the one who orchestrated that, which makes me hate her even more.
つけ方を誤ったわ。あんなつまらないやり方しか浮かばないなんて。
How can anyone like her? How can anyone like her? How can anyone like her?
なんか言った？
いえ。私の手は汚したくないけど、このお上品な学園じゃこういうことに使える人間は少ない。にしてもさ、あの庶民、市松、マストで面白かったよね。愚劣な仕返しです。褒められたものではありませんわ。でも、一興ではあったかも。いけませんわ、私としたことが。逆効果か。もっと周到に行かなきゃならないみたいね。
She's a major bitch. She gives me the same vibe.
西郷隆君、市松往路君、すぐに生活指導室に行きなさい。
Like, the best way for me to say this is, hold on, let me just look it up. Look up the fucking name because I forgot the name. There we go. Ah, there we go. Misako. Kitamiko to Misako. That one. It's Ritsuko's mom in Princess of Angels. She gives me the same vibes as her, where she seems to almost not care about right or wrong, just wants to get them out. But in this case, it's not even a fact of, oh, he's just male. This time he's a commoner. Anyways. Oh boy. Had I caused too much of a commotion earlier? Ended up being called away during lunch break.
何かあったの？
Sounds like it. I'd better go.
お昼の約束は？
Sylvie showed me her huge collection of melon bread. Ah, sorry. It's not looking like it'll work out today.
シルビー様、無理を言ってはいけません。
じゃあ、早く帰ってきて、オーロ。余った時間だけでも一緒しましょう。
Sure. I want to get back sooner than later. I just thought of something. What if, like, the whole, I think it's pretty obvious that, like, the fucking ring he found he gave to Sylvia. What if Sylvia's parents were aware of that and were therefore, like, basically, like, with his parents, like, hey, our kids marry, alright? They seem to like each other, so I don't see a problem, why not? And therefore, what if, in a different route, the struggle will be that his parents set up an arranged marriage with Sylvia, but he likes another girl, despite Sylvia liking him, and that'll be the struggle. That would be very weird. I wanted to get back sooner than later, too. Fortunately for us, they nagged on and on with their cross-examination.
もう、オーロったら遅い。
I'm sorry. I scarfed down the bread I'd bought at the school store the second I got back to class. I guess this was expected at a rich school, but I was surprised that they had pastries delivered from a bakery rather than selling the off-the-shelf variety.
何か言われた？
Not really. My bag was damaged due to someone's prank, but Saiga was kind enough to trade with me when he got audibly upset. We hadn't done anything wrong, so there's no reason to reprimand us. However, the teachers weren't stupid and continued to nag all the same. It was subtle. Most of the complaints were directed at me. The teachers discriminating against me too.
はあ、オーロにメロンパン食べて欲しかったのに。
I'll try it now if you want to give me some.
もうないわ。
You ate it all?
美味しかった。
Eating too loves some melon bread. It would depend on their size, but wouldn't that be enough to make your belly bulge?
でも、甘いもの続きだったから、その後食べたお弁当のガレットの方が美味しかったわね。
Huh?
そのまま学食で買ったおうどんも美味しかったわ。締めをラーメンにしたのは失敗ね。麺と麺になって、ご飯の方が良かったわ。牛丼とかお茶漬けとか。
シルビー様。
何エル。エルのお昼の予定だったフライドチキンを一口と言いつつ半分も食べちゃったこと怒ってる？
怒ってるわけでは、ただ。
Elle was glancing over my way off and on. Don't tell me she is.
摂取カロリーからすれば私の3倍は太いはずなのに、なんであんなに締まってるんだろうね。
I discovered the princess's peculiar trait. Elle looked embarrassed. But I'd like to have eaten some of that melon bread.
夕食もお部屋でお願いしますね。
Right.
はい。こちらがお夕飯になります。
Same as this morning. Terrace salad, scrambled eggs, and milk. That was the A set from that cafe. Here at the Noble Academy dormitory, and this likely came as no surprise, the dinners were quite substantial. Several restaurants would also cater the cafe and would even deliver specific dishes upon request, be it Japanese, Chinese, or Western food. And it looked like I couldn't use the system. Not like a poor guy like me who could indulge in such luxuries, as it was billed separately from the academy tuition, but still. Which is why there was a free menu of sorts, for the record. cafe affiliated with the dorm offered 1 cup of coffee and their A set free of charge. Other items like cafe au lait and muffins were charged separately. That was all Jogasaki brought for me. Could I at least order something else and have you buy it for me?
もちろんいいですよ。私があなたにパシられてると見られて、お互いヒゲた好奇の目にさらされるやもしれませんが、クラスメートですね。
mind!
仕方ないです。
Damn it all. Breakfast aside, I also had to eat this for lunch. There were probably enough calories, but it was not at all satisfying. Only eating bread for lunch too, unless the meals were packed with bland calories, and was really stressing me out. You could have at least had that melon
あ
bread.
りゃー、えげちいことになってんね。
Yeah, nasty indeed. I was getting piercing glares just from standing in a corner of the terrace. This dietary stress in this environment. Life had begun to seem cruel.
まあそう落ち込まないで。私が何か買って。
レーナ、こっちこっち。
They dragged off my last ray of hope. Small parting gift, huh? She tossed me a lollipop. Caramel flavor. Wasn't much of a meal right now. Still, thanks. I guess I'd have to suck it up and deal with it until lunch tomorrow.
やっと入ったわね、あいつ。
もう虚勢するまで出てこないでほしいですわ。戸を釘で打ちつけてしまおうかしら。
あんまこういうことしたくないけど、昼休みも先生に叱られてたみたいだしね。
閉じ込めておくが精一杯。
関わり合いになりたくない。できれば視界にも入れたくないくらい。そうは言ってもね。同じ屋根の下にいる以上、挨拶くらいはしなきゃいけないし。
先輩、甘いです。男なんてみんな下品で下劣な、どうしようもない生き物なんですよ。
Second girl A is also voiced by Meguru, it seems.
彼のことをよく知らずにそう言い切るのも、なんだか悪いかなって思ってさ。
調べればすぐわかるって。
調べるって、どうやって。
Asuza! Tsuja-san no Junai Road. I really heard that one.
それは誰かがあの男に近づいてみるとか。
絶対に嫌です。
私も嫌。っていうか無理。
やはり皆の安全のために閉じ込めておくべきです。虚勢が済むまでゲストルームを封鎖いたしましょ
う。先輩、私がやりましょうか？
マジで？
はい。私は別に怖いとかありませんから。任せてください。
勇者だ。勇者現る。
防犯グッズ貸すから持って行って。スタンガンと催涙スプレー、それから。
大丈夫ですよ。そんな危ないものいりませんから。いざとなったら股間を蹴り上げるといいんだって。耐えられる男はいないってネットに書いてあった。しませんよ。そんなことを。
遠くからプレッシャーかけて援護しますわ。私、睨みには自信ありますの。
みんなでやれば効果あるよね、きっ
と。ああ、とにかく。悪いけど、任せちゃっていい？
はい、わかりました。
彩香もそれでいい？
仕方ありません。まずは様子見。それで結構です。
オッケー。それじゃあ今日は解散しよっか。
まだまだね。私も。
I also I want to see how... adorable. Like, I want to see how apparently Ayaka is supposed to be redeemed, because I see no way for her to be redeemed. The only way I see for her to even, like, semi-be redeemed is her being forced to become a commoner, living through the fucking pain, and then, like, basically trying to redeem herself like that. No other way. Anyways. I, haven't done anything wrong.
彼、何やったの？
試合でなんか汚いこと。
じゃあうちが負けたの？
最低だよ。
市松くん、何か言いたいことは？
I haven't done anything wrong. I was right. aspired to be was golden. I'd do anything to make that a reality. If anything. I woke up. 6 o'clock. There was no need to wake up so early. I woke up earlier yesterday too. Yesterday's events play back in my head. I'd been woken up by Radio yesterday, but I looked out my window. There was no one there. I did hear the voice counting 1, 2, 3, 4 far off in the distance. It'd be gross to do it beside my room, huh? But I already wasn't in the best of moods. Due to my vulgar display yesterday, everyone had gone from smirking at me to being cautious. It was pretty odd of me in its own way, not that I could say which was worse. I worried those two would approach me. But their other friends would drag them away. There was someone who didn't particularly care about all that, but I hardly ever spoke to them.
元気がありませんね。
You think? Because I had so little to eat. Or maybe.
転校3日目。慣れると同時に疲れが来たか。学園生活に身が馴染めば、当然、昔を思い出すでしょうね。
Everything felt so tense. No one wanted to interact with me. I just took my seat and behaved myself. Many of my classmates seemed to be on edge and were waiting to see what I would do. But they had nothing to worry about as long as I didn't act out. That was probably the perfect amount of distance for all of us to have from one another. Like so, class started.
何かしら。
外が騒がしいですね。
Huh? I had been ignoring the lecture, so I noticed it just now. There definitely was a racket spreading through the school. All this fuss in the middle of class. What was it? Did a dog get in or something? Look out into the yard.
ワンちゃんがいるの？いないわ、オーロ。
That sort of event that gets a school more wound up than anything else, though. It wasn't a dog. Still, it was the exact sort of school-wide commotion I would expect if something had snuck in from outside. What was going on? Could it be some mysterious terrorist who came here for Sylvie?
私を？
何？カバレロさん、席に戻ってください。
すいません。
What? We were still in the middle of class, and the ones who worked up over the ideas were my neighbors, Sylvie and Kikuchiyo.
何オーロ。私、狙われているの？
Yeah, they'll catch us and tie us up from head to toe. While everyone else has given up hope, back free with my hidden pocket knife, that'll be the last hope of saving everyone. I'll have to head to the chemistry lab. I'll mix together all sorts of different chemicals to make blinding agents and improvise bombs to fight off the terrorists.
オーロ、かっこいい。
That was a delusion I'd spend a good half of my school hours making up in my second year of medical school. And now that there was a princess in class, it wasn't completely out of the question.
でも、本物のテロリストが来たとして、そんな簡単に脱出できるかしら？
昨今のテロリストは、人質を時限爆弾のそばに集めて要求をします。下手に抵抗すると爆弾が起爆し、大惨事になりますね。
The real world has no sense of adventure, does it? A newly awakened self would have taken down the minor villain, one that would terrify the student body without causing any fatalities, in a feel-good way. That was the sort of terrorist I had hoped would show up. But then, myself elaborated. I had a message from Luine. It was Reina. She had sent me some sort of character stamp holding a huge sign. The sign said, it's apparently for a relatively dull reason. It wasn't a dog, it wasn't a person. Because it was none of my business then.
あの子が戻ってきたらしいよ。
Could hear people talking around for me too. The class's reaction was,
怖いですわね。今度は何をしでかすやら。
だよね。マストでずっと停学してて欲しかったかも。
ほんと。市松もいるし、ノーブル学園の品性が地に落ちるわ。
as you could hear. All the commotion had completely settled down by lunchtime. wondered who the suspended student was. Not that it really mattered.
ご飯ねえオラ、今日は
Sorry, I'm gonna go wander a little. Walked out in the hallway. Siva was probably about to invite me to lunch, but
よし、行きましたわね。
girls around me had harsh looks in their eyes. I was in no mood for this today. Putting up with their glares was a hassle. I'd stick out like a sore thumb if I acted all doom and gloom around Sylvie. Either way, I'd been looking forward to eating lunch, so it would make up for my shabby breakfast and dinner. But I still didn't quite feel up to it. Came up to the rooftop again. I hadn't brought anything for me to eat. Oh well. It'd be a pain to go all the way back to the school store anyways. My strange looks were way too hard for me to endure anyway. I'll just kill some time here. I should head to the school store at the last second before the break ended and buy whatever was left. Took a seat in the shade. Nova Private Academy. It was a special eating academy in Japan, but it's funny how I'd eventually make my way back to practically the same sort of place as at my old regular school. At my old school, I hid in the shadows for the longest time, didn't I? Ah!
うわ、びっくりした。
I was playing scared myself. I opened my eyes, an unfamiliar face was peering down at me. She must have been looking at me, looking me over closely. Very closely. What the heck? I thought the roof was off limits.
そっくりそのまま返す。
Fair enough. The unfamiliar girl shrugged her shoulders, seeming exasperated, and stood up. Got back up as well. Phew, how did I get off? Break's almost over. I need to grab lunch.
昼休み?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's lunchtime right now. My surroundings were dyed in a dark shade of red, of orange. Huh? I thought I'd been sitting in the shade, but everything was oddly lustrous. The sun was shining off to my side. It had been to the south, but it had migrated to the west. It's nighttime! What the hell's going on? If I'm able to leap through time... Am I being attacked?
あるある。俺もたまに攻撃される。
Jokes aside, I had just nodded off. Nodded off. I was out like a light. That's weird. I went to bed at 10 o'clock last night, so I got plenty of sleep. Then again, I hadn't slept soundly thanks to that awful dream. Because I'd made up for it now, which meant I skipped all of my afternoon classes. But then, whose expert whatchamacallit classes were in the afternoon? Those expert whatchamacallit classes were in the afternoon, so it was fine. Oh well. But the whole class was ecstatic to not have me around. What is it? The girl was staring at me. She actually looked pretty cool. Her hair was dyed in the same shade as Reina's. After giving me a good once-over, she giggled and said,
亮は寝心地が悪かったか? 市松大路くん。
She seemed to know my name. It's so-so. Do you live in the dorms too? I've never seen her in class, which was likely where she would have picked up my name. The woman giggled again and said,
女の子を脅すのは感心しねえな。
Never happened. They really are making a mountain out of a molehill. Rumor about me threatening a boy from class and the radio Caliathenics incident were beginning to blend together. God, give me a break. You're,
ん? リア。相馬リア。
I mean, I do want some Adaria. I hate myself for that joke. I'm going to fucking end myself. Ria? That's a cute name. So much so that it didn't match your mannerisms. What?
いや、お前、
部屋でマリア・ビショップの曲かけてたよな。
You heard that? What
ファ
happened?
ンなの？
I am.
そう。
She flipped her hair away from her face. What the?
まあいいや。とっとと帰れよ。この学校7時に門閉まるぜ。
Yeah. Checked my watch and saw it was 6:20 p.m. Still had half an hour left.
帰んねえの？
How about you?
俺はやることがあんの。いるならいるでいいけど、黙っとけよ。
Leah felt around in her chest pocket. I took a quick look at the pendant she was wearing. And then she pulled out... Oh.
よいしょっと。
Leah put that certain something in her mouth before climbing onto the water tank. Couldn't see her from below anymore, huh? I followed after her. This is quite a pretty CG.
んだよ、ついてくんな。
Oh, my neck. Well, yeah, this is a situation where I'd want anyone to think we're together. Getting down may have been the right call, but I'm gonna say this because it's relevant, but smoking does shorten your life, blah blah blah, it's bad for the health, bad for your health, yada yada yada.
あっそ。
And looked like she cared. That's fine then. Her health was of no concern to me.
受動喫煙だっけ？周りにいる奴が一番健康に悪いそうだぞ。
Tell me about it.
あなたの健康が心配でどうたら。帰れよ。うせろ。
I don't like punk, so it's my nature to do the opposite of what you tell me.
うぜ。
Punk was an outdated word at this point, though. But between the super flashy hair and smoking habits, that was probably a fitting word for her. She carelessly took a puff from her cigarette. She was so cute too. What a waste. Sounded like a pretty awful scene if you ask me, but I would just overlook it. Not about to stop you or anything. Curious, why do you smoke? I had no interest in tobacco. It was a question I often posed to smokers. I wonder what was so fun about those fumey things. What do you think is the reason? Because it's cold or something?
うん。正解。
Huh?
かっこつけてんの。
She took a huge drag of
テレビ
it.
だとタバコ吸ってる男って、うだつの上がらねえおっさんばっかりだけど、女はいい女系のかっこいい感じだろ？
They usually don't smoke cigarettes, though.
だから吸ってんの。
That was a very 90s-esque excuse. Doubted that was the real reason behind it, but she didn't look like she wanted to elaborate any further. Well, I shouldn't really pry into the subject too much anyway, as it would just make the mood even worse. Now that reminded me. You're the one who got suspended.
ん？
I heard some student came back from a suspension today. Caused quite a commotion earlier.
人目は避けたつもりだったけど、見られたか。
Looks like I hit the nail on the head. She took another drag and looked
ま
frustrated.
あ、騒ぎにはなるわな。まだ停学処分中の生徒が入ってくれば、先行どもも騒ぐだろうさ。
Huh, you're still suspended? All Reina said was that someone who got suspended showed up. That's why I was convinced her suspension had to be over. I was wrong. She was similar to a terrorist or dog in the sense that she was an unwelcome trespasser. If they told you you're suspended, why not stay suspended? If I could get away with it, I would. I'd love to be suspended for a little while longer.
うるせえな、関係ねえだろ。
Scary. Realized I kept pressing him for more. Is there some reason why you wanted to come back to school? Some reason?
うるせえ。
Ah. That was as far as I got. She packed way more of a punch than I did, and all I could do was fall silent. Both of us were at a loss for words.
時間切れ。
Huh?
こいつは俺だけのものにしたかったんだけどな。誰にも言うなよ。
Huh? Oh.
始まっちまった。
That's fucking pretty. Wow. What a view. Followed her line of sight. So it was in the process of setting, sinking straight into the lake. Amatsu Lake wasn't an ocean, but you could still feel the horizon. You could still see the horizon since it was over 4 kilometers wide. The lake was much larger than I originally thought, especially when I could see it from a place as high as its roof. The sun setting on the horizon, a view that would only be visible out on the sea of Japan. It was kind of nostalgic.
懐かしい?
Yeah, I saw this kind of thing a few times when I was a little kid. Played her a lot as a kid. My friends and I would often stop playing just as the sun would start to set and gaze out at the same exact view. I'd stopped coming here to play at some point. I'd forgotten all about it, but even now I found it to be breathtaking. I actually felt a lot more incredible now. It actually felt a lot more incredible now than back then. Perhaps because of how high up we are. I'd only looked at the sky from ground level at the time, but it made a world of difference now that I was on the roof. And after that left me mesmerized.
念押しするけど、誰にも言うなよ。少なくともこの場所はな、俺だけの特等席なんだ。
Yeah, all I wanted to though. There were other people I wanted to show this place to. This view was a treasure. I was only here out of sheer dumb luck, and I was sure she'd be upset if I took any more of this experience away from her. That was how worthwhile a view it was. Is this why you went out of your way to come to school while you were suspended? She clicked her tongue, seemingly annoyed by my comment, and turned away. We'd only known each other for less than 10 minutes, and her attitude left a lot to be desired. That said, her reason for coming to school, while suspended, mind you, was kind of endearing.
お前さ、
Huh?
お前、ゴールデンタイムって知ってる?
Well, yes, I've watched the anime. A Holiday in May.
ウィークじゃなくてタイム。
I know, just kidding. This may have been the scenery's beauty at work, but Ria suddenly became much more talkative than before. With only the butt of her cigarette left, she snuffed it out using her portable ashtray.
テレビ局がよく言うだろ。
Oh, what was it again? The time of day with the highest ratings?
まあ、それが正解。夜7時から9時だか10時だかまで何かをするのに最高な時間ってこと。
Yeah. She'd come to that liberal interpretation.
これが俺のゴールデンタイムなんだ。この時間、日が落ちていき、夜になる一歩手前、ほんのひととき現れる輝きの時間。
How the fuck did I lose my... Ah, there we go. I have like a band-aid on my back right now. And it was not there.
何もかもが暮れてしまう手前の一瞬。
Anything and everything the light once touched was her kingdom.
ほんの一瞬だけある。世界のすべ
I'm
てが
sure
輝く
people totally haven't made that joke before. Definitely is the best. Setting sun reflected upon the lake and made the world appear in an even more brilliant shade of gold. Golden time. The glimmer perfectly befitting that name was before us as we spoke.
この湖に入った者は、輝ける永遠の時間へ旅立つことになる。昔ある人が言ってた。永遠の中に金色が沈んでいく。この湖は、これまで何回この金色を沈めたんだろう。永遠に近いくらい輝く時間を閉じ込めたのかな。
Show our romantic.
中二病って言いたきゃ言っていいぞ。
You sure?
蹴り落とすけど。
You sure are romantic. That seemed kind of delusional to me. But she also sounded like a romantic. Sentimental feelings like that were one of the few things that made sense to me. Sensation of sinking into an unknown darkness and having no one to rely on. I experienced that plenty today. Seeing something so incredible gave me a bit of salvation. I understood that feeling as well. At long last, the sun set.
閉門まであと15分。
Time to go. We headed out together for whatever reason. You live in the dorms too, right? Then we were headed towards the same place. The thing that had me a bit worried was the foyer between the front door and my room. Vast space fell silent the moment I stepped inside the building. And the girls gathered around instantly grew quiet. Most of what happened. The Academy's biggest troublemakers, he included, was currently suspended. Both came waltzing in at the same time. Maybe we should have come back at separate times.
うぜえのは一緒だろ。気にすんな。
We crossed through the foyer together. The stairs were as intense as ever, but it was ever so slightly comforting to split their glares with Ria, headed for my room. Ria followed me. The guest rooms were located along this hallway. As soon as that thought came to mind, she unlocked the door next to mine. Huh? We're neighbors?
言わなかったっけ？お前がマリア・ビショップのファンなことはメールでは出回ってないから安心しろ。
Yes, I just heard it through the wall. Ah, so you were the one who slammed on the wall to shut us up the other day.
壁薄いんだから、もうさせないよう静かにしろ。
She disappeared into her room with a self-satisfied smile. I was a little surprised, but she'd probably make for a decent neighbor, with Reina being a solid runner-up. Nice to meet you, neighbor. But her response to my greeting was a curtly shut door. Well, this was working out swimmingly enough. With that...
彼女と仲良くなられたんですか?
Well, we've at least said hi to each other. Yokazaki looked somewhat bothered by this development. He probably assumed the troublemakers are banding together. Vienna and I weren't exactly close, but I'd rather keep that information to myself and let her stew. Yeah, I hope it bothered her. Yokazaki quickly collected herself.
まあいいです。はい。今日の夕飯。
Yeah, thank you. I was in a much better mood after meeting Ria. I was faced with a gloomy reality upon returning to my room. Was I only safe when I was back in my bedroom? The same room that had been assigned to me, and the one where I could avoid the stares of the other boarders.
ちょっとよろしいでしょうか?
Huh? I was the only one around. Ria hadn't come out of her room. Huh? Me?
はい。
It was all possible the way that I could have spoken to the wrong person.
私、一年の栗生茜って言います。
Hello.
お名前を伺ってもよろしいですか?
Oh, sorry, Ichimatsu Oro.
市松先輩ですね。よろしくお願いします。
She was quite the energetic girl. There was something about her appearance that felt out of place in an academy filled with a bunch of snobby rich girls. Oh, aren't you the girl from before?
はい。何度かご挨拶を。
I think you were also doing radio calisthenics. I care not for this word. This word can go fuck itself.
そうです。毎朝の日課です。
That sure takes me back. I had some exchanges with underclassmen at my old school too. Are you the athletic type by chance?
私、陸上部なので、バリバリの体育会系です。
I see. Is that why you're so energetic?
よく言われます。私的にはこれが普通なんですけど。
So, what do you need from me?
ご挨拶です。
Sure.
同じ寮で暮らす先輩にはご挨拶をしないと失礼じゃないですか。
Looks like she had a sporty personality down to her very core. I was raised in a similar environment, so I didn't mind it in the slightest. Hmm?
何を話そうか。それでは、自己紹介の続きを。
Sure, you've got this.
ありがとうございます。頑張ります。
She seemed both easy and difficult to deal with. What a complicated girl.
さっきも少し話しましたけど、私、陸上部なんです。短距離、100メートルの選手をやってます。ちなみに自己ベストは11秒73です。
Wow, that's fast.
先輩、陸上にはお詳しいんですか？
No, not especially. I was comparing it to my own
ああ、な
time.
るほど。ありがとうございます。
She was faster than most men I knew. In fact, her time was faster than mine.
でも、今はちょっとタイムが落ちちゃってまして、自己ベストの記録も1年前のものなんです。
Over a year ago?
膝の怪我で最近まで起用してました。今はもう良くなりまして、コーチの指示をもらいながら個別練習中です。
Your knee, huh? It must have been rough.
半月板損傷ですね。お医者様と相談しまして、保存療法、というやつで治療をしました。
It doesn't hurt anymore?
はい。痛みはもう大丈夫ですね。今は筋トレと軽いランニング。あとは水泳で体力作りをしてます。
I see. That was a precise treatment regimen, and given this academy's facilities, they probably had support systems and rehabilitation centers on site. Are the calisthenics part of your rehabilitation?
はい。100年近く続いている国民的な健康体操ですから、効果はバッチリです。先輩も一緒にどうですか？気持ちいいですよ。
I'll let you know. This whole situation was already uncomfortable at best. There was no telling what would happen if I told that group of girls that I wanted to join them in their workout without warning.
いつでもお待ちしてますからね。
She could wait for me all she wanted, but there was no chance in hell I'd show up.
ところでですね。
Huh?
先輩のことをお聞きしても良いでしょうか？
Why?
それは...
And a classman, Hakane, was at yet another loss for words.
私が先輩に興味あるからです。
Interested in me?
そうです。私、先輩に興味ありまくりです。
This is the first time we've met, right?
はい。初めてお会いします。
Do I remind you of someone you know or something?
いえ、そういったこともありません。
And you're still interested in me?
おかしいでしょうか。
It makes sense if I were some outrageously hot guy or had an interesting looking face, but for a girl to have such deep interest in a guy she'd only just met when neither of those were in class, but for a girl to have a deep interest in a guy she'd only just met when neither of those were the case, is that even probable? Well, sure, I'll answer if I can.
ありがとうございます。それでは早速、先輩のご趣味は何でしょう？
Can't think of anything specific.
あれ？では、好きな食べ物は何ですか？
Guess I'm the kind of person who'll eat anything as long as it tastes good.
では、好きな女性のタイプはどんな方ですか？
Pretty girls with long hair and bright breasts. Especially long black hair.
なるほど。髪と胸に魅力を感じる。
Why are you taking notes?
いけませんでしたか？
I guess it's not a big deal, but avoiding careless comments would be in my best interest.
では、気を取り直して、他にはありませんか？
I prefer healthier women. I don't want them to be too skinny. Aside from that, someone who isn't too demanding would be great.
なるほど、なるほど。健康的で優しい子ですね。
What's she planning to do with this information? I couldn't tell what went through the girls' minds.
他には... そうだ！先輩は部屋で一人の時、何をして過ごしてるんですか？
This question was a little difficult to answer and was a delicate subject from a guy my age. I listen to music. Well, lots of things. There was no need to fully disclose everything I did behind closed doors, so I kept things simple. Although my neighbor had found out I was a Maria Bishop fan.
なるほど。それから。寝るのはいつも何時くらいですか？
A good question. Maybe around midnight?
起きるのは6時くらいですか？
Maybe a little later. I thought about it as I answered. I felt less like the girl was interested in me and more like she was assessing me. I get it. There's reconnaissance. The other boarders told her to look into me. This made sense based on that assumption. An investigation into my hobbies, interests, and general rhythm of my life. That was what all her questions seemed to be about. Maybe I could try gently egging her on. Is there anything else you want to know?
他に、そうですね。
Like our senpais that were doing radio calisthenics with you, for example. Did they want to know anything about me?
いえ、先輩からは特に。は、違いますよ。これはあくまで私が市松先輩に興味があるから聞いているんです。
She sucked at lying and trying to be sneaky. I bet she was put up to this, so I'd better leave well enough alone. I'm about to eat dinner. Are we done? Are we about done?
はい。それでは最後に、この寮での生活はどうですか？
Hard to say, I'm not sure yet.
ですよね。まだ入ったばっかりですし。
Get used to it a little at a time. I'd appreciate everyone spoke to me as casually as you do, Akane. Just in case I gave her that honest, sincere response. Would you tell everyone else that for me?
はい、わかりました。
Not that I would hold out any hope. They say when you go from living with your parents to living alone, meals are the most immediate issue. This was a prime example. Our household's dinner menu comprised of whatever cheap ingredients my mother could find at the grocery store that night. In that moment, it really made me appreciate what I had. Truly, these lackluster meals were weighing on me mentally. I wasn't used to eating alone. That was just the tip of the iceberg. I could just eat out every meal. Toast, salad, scrambled eggs, and milk. These meals where I could only look forward to nutrients and calories. Salt that they'd give to prisoners were so lackluster. It was chipping away like crazy at my mental well-being. Maybe this really was the underlying cause of my awful dreams. It was past 9 at night. I didn't spot anyone out in the hallway or foyer. Didn't see Akane-chan, who had been talking to until earlier either. She must have gone back to her own room. 10 p.m. was lights out at this dorm. It wasn't strictly enforced, but 10 p.m. was the recommended time, and everyone stopped hanging out at the common areas around 9 p.m. It was a strict time for the girls in their prime who wanted to have fun, but also... the shops would also close at 10 instead. Both the convenience store and cafe closed before 9 o'clock. Couldn't wrangle together any food. It was great that everything was so orderly around here. But they were all the early to bed, early to rise types who got up at 6 a.m. every morning to exercise. This was totally harsh psychologically. Time of day at this school. Wasn't this pure negative as far as I was concerned? This time of day at this school. Wasn't this a pure negative as far as I was concerned? For me, the golden time lay elsewhere. I was starving. Going without lunch was catching up to me now. My burning appetite, combined with that lackluster dinner, began to run rampant past 9 at night. The convenience store was already closed, but maybe I could try sneaking in and grabbing something. Could even leave the money behind. I'd try to play it safe. If I got caught, then I wouldn't just be a commoner or a wild animal, but a criminal. No choice but to behave myself. All I could do was ignore my empty stomach and close my eyes. Ignore my growling stomach. Ignore my growling. Alright. It's no use. I'm gonna lose my mind. Closed my eyes. I opened my eyes, I meant. Psychological fatigue might be worse than I thought. Pain. There was no satisfaction. There was no satisfying my stomach at this point, so I'd have to find a distraction. I remembered the cardboard boxes I hadn't yet put away. Huh? And, this was... Butaman Ramen! Manufacturer Oyatsu Company releases limited edition, regular size Butaman. I assume it's like Butaman Ramen, since I'm pretty sure I saw that in Akaba Strip once. Hold on, let me just... It is! I'm good. Amazing. I'm glad I bought it. I was saving. Whoops. I was saving it for a special occasion, and it ended up getting buried. Didn't remember bringing it with me. Sell by date was looking a bit dicey, but city concepts and expiration dates were meaningless in my current predicament. There were cup noodles here. What were cup noodles good for if you didn't need them then? Even though it was past its sell by date, which was a waste on its own, considering it was a limited time deal, I didn't care. But there was one problem. How would I get hot water? Didn't have any. Brenner and Gutley were banned at the dorm rooms. Not only was there no communal kitchen, there was no electric kettle either. Why is there a fucking fridge then? Like at least like a fucking electric kettle. Annoying as a mosquito. There's no way for me to prepare hot water. Deal with it. Better just pour water over it. I'm sure there are those who know this already, but cup noodles are made with water. There's one issue that it would get the one issue was that it would get soggy due to the time it takes to absorb the water, but it wouldn't affect the flavor itself. Given the current state of affairs, shoveling noodles into my gullet would at least be some sort of guaranteed pleasure. It would take 3 minutes with hot water, so 15 minutes was probably a safe bet. Was it ready yet? Was it ready yet? Huh? Thought I heard a sudden rap on my window. My curtains were still closed due to the radio Kaliatniks incident, and I opened them to find...
Moshi!
What the fuck are you? Huh? The girl came in through my window. Huh? What?
あなたが市松往路。で、よろしくて
Yeah?
みすぼらしい男ですわね。こんな男のどこを気に入ったのかしら。
After all the snide comments everyone had been making under their breath today, I actually didn't mind being insulted straight to my face. Foreigner, just tiny, but maybe related to Sylvie.
ちょっとおいでくださいませ。あなたごときには大変恐れ多い方のお誘いですわ。
Oh, hey! She tugged my hand. I was going to drop the Butaman! She kept on tugging, so all I could do was obediently follow after her. This says, we'd avoided the fences and headed towards the hill at the rear of the academy. You could see the lake adjacent to the main school building. There was a field by the shore.
どうかされまして
Nah. I remember this place. It was where I once played and camped out at before these grounds eventually turned into a school. It was just the edge of the lake, which was so massive that it produced waves and sounded like the ocean. It happened here a long time ago. I had been here a long time ago. I visited this place countless times, enough to be sick of it. Even so, I never felt that way. Because she was with me.
あら、こっちこっち。
Oh, it was you, Sylvie. I figured she was involved and found her waiting on the hillside. Does that mean she's with you then?
ありがとうみんな。オールを呼んできてくれて。いえ。 本当なら私が行くところなんだけど、この服でしょ？お忍びには目立ちすぎちゃうかもって思って。
It's been a while since you've gotten all dressed up. It's the same dress you wore when we first met. Sort of outfit princesses wore in folktales. And damn, did it look good on her.
制服でも良かったのだけど、やっぱり清掃すべきでしょ？お茶会を楽しむなら。
Pretty. Oh. I noticed, but you had set up a complete tea set by the shore. There were cups made of fine china and a silver tea kettle, all polished and shimmering to perfection. The table was draped with a cloth so white it looked radiant in the dark of night. The sweet aroma from the various desserts had already found its way to me. What's all this for? Feigned calmness while my stomach went through a bout of intense desire.
お茶会のお誘いよ。ほら、お昼は来てくれなかったんだもの。
Ah, making up for that, huh?
本当は帰ってすぐにしたかったんだけど、この国の官房長官って人が会いたいって言うから遅くなっちゃったの。エルの目を盗んでくるのは大変だったわ。
You snuck out?
ええ。
She said innocently. She wouldn't get me chased by those black-suited guards again.
みんな夜間の外出なんて許してくれないんだもの。今日はミナが協力してなんとか抜けてこられたわ。ありがとう、ミナ。いえ。エロイナたちが来ないか見張ってますわ。言っておきますけど、30分くらいで切り上げてくださいましね。はーい。
Mina turned around and headed towards the road. She was apparently going to keep an eye out for us.
厳しいの。でも、30分いただけたわ。ね、オーラ、お茶にしましょ
う。Sure. Took my seat at Sylvie's urging. There was no aides around, so Sylvie served my tea personally. As for me, the pages took priority over the tea. I shoved troves of cookies, muffins, and the like into my gullet.
あらあら。お腹空いていたの？
Hungry for flavor. Sweet. My stomach fat to chocolate chips, nuts, and other fats of delight.
よかった。さすがにもう夕ご飯の後だから、お菓子はいらないかなって思ったんだけど、一応用意しておいて。
They're incredible, thank you, Sylvie. As usual, Sylvie was grinning from ear to ear and appeared to be in her own little world.
その食欲なら、これも持ってきて正解だったわね。じゃーん！はい、オーラ。約束のメロンパンよ。
Ah, well, bread you mentioned yesterday. Given my current excitement, I was genuinely grateful. Let's give it a taste. ね、
美味しいでしょ？美味しいでしょ？
It's ordinary.
あら？
It was exceptionally plain, ordinary melon bread. It tasted like it was made out of cookie batter and was a touch heavier than the off-the-shelf variety used. Did leave an extravagant expression with sugar sprinkled over it and all, but most like these are fairly common. The premium melon bread fad had mostly passed. This variety wasn't really my cup of tea. Cookie batter was too heavy, not really suited for melon bread, which you could say.
さすがは美食大国日本ね。このレベルがありふれてるなんて。
I see. Is melon bread that rare outside of Japan? Melon bread did seem like to be a piece of Japanese culture. Sylvie mentioned she'd only just come to Japan in April, so premium melon bread like this might be new to her.
ええ。昔日本に来た時食べたもので、一番覚えてるのがこのメロンパンの味なの。10年経ってこんなに進化したんだって感動しちゃったわ。
So have you been to Japan before?
ええ、行ったじゃない。あの音楽堂とか。
She was explicit about it, but I guess she had hit it off and on since we first met.
ソルティレージュと日本はかなり親交が深いのよ。王族なら一度は来ているわ。 私は、10年前ね、この町に来てた。よくこの湖のそばで遊んでたわ。その時できたお友達と一緒に食べたのが、このメロンパン。100円ですごく大きなのが買えるでしょ？それを分けて食べるの。美味しかったなぁ。
Sylvie said in a reminiscent tone, slightly melancholic expression crossed his beautiful princess's face, who looked back nostalgically on old times. Wish I could burn this rare sight of my retinas, but something about what she said bothered me too much to keep focused. 10 years ago.
実は、進学先をノーブル学園に決めたの、学園がどうのじゃないの。この湖の近くっていうのが気に入っただけなのよ。
Princesses sure do lead exhilarating lifestyle.
すごく偏差値の高い学校だと聞いて、慌てて必死に勉強したわ。
Though she would need a certain degree of intellect as a member of royalty, I did think it would take intense study for a school of noble academies caliber. But I see. So we came to the city a decade ago. Played by this lake. Just like I had. But now it would be too hasty to assume we had met somewhere just for that reason. This lake was crazy huge, so there was no telling where on the shore she may have played.
ねえほら、ノーブル学園はどう？答えるのは、そのリスさんみたいにパンパンな口の中をどうにかしてからでいいわ。
She took the topping in another direction before hearing the answer to what I had intrigued her.
私のわがままで生活を急に変えちゃったでしょ？改めて考えてみるとどうだったのかなって。特にノーブル学園は勉強が大変だそうだから。
Washed my food down with tea. I guess the schoolwork is a little insane. After 2 days of class, I realized that I didn't know much of anything. Not to worry though, I won't be held back, mostly due to all the tests being multiple choice. It wouldn't happen as long as I used my intuition to make decent choices anyway.
それは、勉強もした方がいいと思うけど。でも、じゃあ、学園でのことは特に問題なし？
Yeah. Good that Sylvie was aware of my social status in class, or the less than stellar atmosphere at the dorm. In which case, that's right. Best stop complaining. That would only make her worry. It would only make her worry. I have some serious flat. By God, I have some deja vu right now. I saw this exact scene of fucking dream once. There was even the fucking wine bottle there. I did plenty of research. Graduating from Noble Academy is apparently enough to find some particularly lucrative employment in future. So I'm grateful to you, Sylvie. If I work my hardest and avoid being held back, I can become a steady civil servant down the line. Not that I particularly wanted to be a civil servant. And it was true. I was now blessed with better than an idle lifestyle. I wasn't fading in the twilight, but shining brilliantly on my own. This was supposed to be a wonderful time which benefited my future. A fortunate environment, if you will. It was my golden time. That's why I'm grateful to you, Sylvie. Being thanked directly must have made her shy as an uneasy-looking grin appeared on her face. Never seen this face before. How cute. Alright, there was something I wanted to ask you, too. Why'd you invite me to the school?
それは...
I know it's because I was in trouble, but having me transfer here out of nowhere was a little unreasonable. I assumed it was the sort of idea a princess, one detached from the world, might have come up with. But our recent interactions over the last couple of days would suggest that she wasn't without common sense. Even in that situation, she could have hypothetically used security footage in town to prove my innocence, or a number of other methods. And most notably, you also seem to be aware that it was your own whim, too. She had made it perfectly clear earlier. This transfer wasn't 100% for my benefit. It was partially of her own volition. And if that were the case, I wanted to know why.
ね。
Sylvie gave me a strange, embarrassed smile.
ゴールデンタイムかな。
Huh? That was an unexpected answer. Not only had I not expected that sort of reply, I definitely hadn't expected her to use that phrase I just heard earlier today.
私にとってはね、日本は、この街はゴールデンタイムなの。小さい頃、本当に楽しかったわ。当時は国がごたごたしていて、日本へ来たのはバカンスのようなものだったのだけれど、そこで出会ったお友達との時間、あのゴールデンタイムは一生忘れられない。でもね、またそうなると思ってノーブル学園に入ったのに、全然退屈なの。
Puffed her cheeks up sourly.
勉強で遊ぶ時間はないし、外出もろくにできないし、何より学校の子たち、みんなよそよそしいの。友達になってくれるのなんて、レイナとあと数人くらい。
Yeah, everyone's being super considerate of you. They were all high-class men and women, so it made sense that they would be reserved around someone of a higher status than themselves. Kikuchiyo felt out of place in class for that exact reason, as their oddly attentive behavior was due to his family's high-ranking status at the academy. A commoner like myself didn't really care about status or rank since I was in a league of my own.
昔はそんなことなかったわ。私のこと、金髪なのがちょっと目立ってはいたけど、日本の子たちは一緒になって遊んでくれたわ。
Children didn't seem to be sensitive to such matters.
懐かしいな。あの子たち、今はどうしてるのかしら。まどかくん、よしみちゃん。名前まで覚えてる子はもうあまりいないけど、会いたいな。イチにも。
イチ？
特に仲の良かったお友達よ。すごく面倒見が良くて、当時まだ日本語がいまいちだった私のこと、すごく気にかけてくれた。メロンパンも彼に勧められたわ。うまく喋れないのは腹に力が入ってないからだ。食えって。お腹いっぱいになってもうまく喋れないのを不思議がってたっけ。
Not a bright kid, huh? So about that, Ichi. You know someone with that nickname? Or maybe I should say...
だから、ずっともやもやしてて、せめて、思い出にあるメロンパンを食べれば、何か昔みたいなことが、それで、
Oops.
まさに、オールを見つけたわ。楽しかった。メロンパンより何十倍も素敵だった。また昔に戻ったみたいだった。だからオールに近くにいてほしかったの。オールは私にとって二度目のゴールデンタイムなのよ。
No, he's repeated first one. I see. That sounded like she had genuinely high hopes for me, if nothing else. Even if it amounted to nothing more than a princess killing time. It was more than enough to know that I was needed. Golden time, meeting an optimal moment.
最高の時間という意味よ。最適な時間はいつでも最高の時間でしょ？
For sure. I thought the same earlier.
それにね、あれは本当にゴールデンタイムだったの。見て、オーラ。
Huh? She showed me her hand. I'd noticed it before, mostly because she ordinarily didn't wear the full getup, but there was a ring on her left finger. A golden ring. Did she get married?
まさか、婚約指輪じゃないわよ。
That was a small relief.
あ、エルやみんなには言わないでね。薬指にしてることが知れると、ものすごく怒られるの。
I bet they would. Wasn't entirely likely it would cause engagement rumors to spread about it. It was entirely likely it would cause engagement rumors to spread about a princess.
だからここにできるのは、今みたいな、他に気の許せる子しかいない時間だけ。それに、私の気持ちでは、婚約指輪でもいいわ。初恋の人とやりとりした指輪なんだもの。昔、この街で交換したの。私の大切な、初恋の人と。
First love, in the city. Ah.
あら、オローラって知ってる？
Huh? What's that?
指輪の名前、オローラというの。持つ者に素敵な時間を与えるという不思議な言い伝えのある言葉なのよ。
Aurora. I feel like I'd heard a similar name somewhere before.
もう、こら、オーラ、何言わせるのよ、恥ずかしい。オーロって変に空気が軽いから、初恋のお話なんてしちゃった。恥ずかしい。ほら、それより食べましょう。30分しかないお茶会なんだから。
Sure.
ねえ、ところでさっきから気になってたんだけど、それ、カップラーメンというやつよね。
Oh, yeah.
いただきまーす。
Don't grab. I guess it's okay.
おいしい。
Princess was happily slurping on soft, soggy instant noodles in her seat at her impromptu tea party. She really was a bizarre princess. Some told me I just met a girl just as odd as she was a long time ago. If I remember correctly, her Japanese was quite stilted. She had golden hair and she had called herself a princess or something. Is he gonna call her by the nickname he used to use for her? Damn, you're reading it all? Hold on a sec, Sylvie. That book was from a special limited promotion. And you can't get it anymore. Send me at least a buy.
もう遅いでほー。
I just pushed this shirkin Joe down. What the hell's with her? Come on, give it back. It's mine.
What?
I reached out, but she's quickly evaded my grasp. Ah!
とな。
Where did those cat-like reflexes come from?
私、護身術兼日本文化研究のために柔道を習ってたこともあるの。
Damn it, this girl's brainier and brawnier than she looks.
なんといっても、逃げるという行為において、私は日々鍛えられているのよ。毎日 L を出し抜いて、遊ぶことばかり考えているのだもな。
姫様！やけに早くベッドに入ったと思ったので調べたら、案の定布団の中身がいつものマネキンに変わっていました。
マネキン。
何をしているのです、こんな夜遅くに。夜遅くに出歩かない。夜遅くに間食をしない。私の許可なく特定の殿方には会いに行かない。この一瞬でどれだけ私との約束を破ったか、お分かりですか？それは、カップラーメンですか？
違うの、これは、オーロが、どうしても私に食べてほしいって。
What? That's underhanded!
市松殿？
You've got the wrong idea. She asked me to come here.
わかっております。貴公のこれまでを見れば、こんなことをしでかすのはシルビー様だと。しかし、シルビー様が無茶なことを言ったら止めていただかなくては困ります。腕を取りますよ。
So, mind telling me how severe my punishment's going to be?
ミナはどうしたのかしら。見張りを任せたのに。
スマホゲーに課金してて、エロいなを見落としましたわ。
She's over here just like pay to winning in a gacha or something. Russell.
シルビー姉様、ようやく見つけましたわ。ダメじゃありませんの、勝手に部屋を抜け出して。あら、エロいな、あなたも来たの？私もお姉様がまた抜け出してると気づいて、今追ってきたところよ。
Great personality on that one.
昔からああなのよ。
Wait, 姉様？
あら？言ってなかったかしら。ミナは私の妹。ソルティレージュの第10王女よ。
ファミナルルプレティアソルティレージュシスア。お姉様がシルビーと呼ばせるなら、私もミナで結構ですわ。
Nice to meet you. She was royalty. They were both foreigners, but I hadn't realized she was her sister. They didn't look too similar, if you ask me. Her hair was silver too.
にしても、お姉様は毎度ゲロをばかり気に入りますわね。レーナとかいう女も下品ですし。
ミーナ、 私の大事なお友達よ。
Honest to God, I just really actually want him to say like, oh no, don't worry. Being actually like openly insulted instead of behind my back is actually kind of refreshing. They seem to close sisters. Elle eventually gave me an earful and sent me home. I was kind of flustered by the whole ordeal. Oh well, I got to have some tasty sweets, so I was satisfied. Besides, golden timer. I had set it to put on a tough front, but this very moment was... it would make it a bit less rough to think of it that way. I tidied up the box I had turned inside out to get to the Butamon. And in the process, whoops, a box fell out. Fuck! By chance it popped open and sent the Loveriche emblems whirling through the air again. I picked up the box. The box I had treasured since I was little. It had the name Orohora written across it. We're almost 5 hours. I should really stop.
おはようございます。
I'm especially not making this a second fucking like Mask of Truth finale. I will never do that to myself ever again, I say. But I probably will again, because I never learn. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. Just want to see you next time. Bye-bye.